Now, officially, good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I think you all woke up and had a cup of coffee because in Poland the weather is not the best. So I would like to welcome everyone during our session Societies and Borders. This session is a special session because this session is co-organized with Cost Action EG Court, which is intergovernmental coordination from local to European level. And we were supposed to have 5 presentations, but the program was a little bit modified because some of the presenters, which is Joanna Kurowska-Pysz and Domagoj Cingula, couldn't take part. So actually we'll have four presentations. And our session deals with the problems of borders and societies. We all know here that borders may both divide societies, but also they may unite if we create kind of cross-border cooperation. It's a very good mechanism to overcome all those barriers. So as I said, we will have 4 presentations. We will have a presentation from representatives of Czech Republic. Hello, Hynek, are you there? I have seen Hynek, but I cannot hear. I think there are some technical problems. And so I am starting my presentation that was prepared together with Professor Beata Meyer. We deal with the problems of Baltic Sea region development, Baltic Sea region sustainable development, and everyone has the image of the Baltic Sea region, but not everybody knows that sometimes when we think about Baltic Sea region, we also think about countries which are not directly located. I mean, this is the Republic of Belarus, Norway. They also belong to the Baltic Sea region. So there are different definitions and different concepts of the Baltic Sea region. And what is really interesting and important for us is the problem of national and ethnic minorities. Because the thing is that Baltic Sea region is the region that wants to be positioned, promoted as the most sustainable region in Europe, maybe in the world. And if we think about sustainability, the problem is that sustainable development also has very important social dimensions, social aspects. And in order to say that the region is developed sustainable, so in a sustainable mode, we have to take all stakeholders under the consideration. And the thing is that very often when we think about different societies, also the societies in the Baltic Sea region, because there are so many regions, so many countries, so many nations, we very often forgot that there are also minorities, different minorities, national minorities, ethnic minorities. And if we think about this complicated history of the Baltic Sea region, we have to understand that was for many years, that was the region of confrontations. There were many misunderstandings, many wars between different nations, different countries. And finally, at the end of the 20th century, it became the region of cooperation, but the problem of minorities still remained unsolved. So the region, the Baltic Sea region, is the first EU macro region, which has very ambitious goals of the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. And within this strategy, there are different initiatives supporting national and ethnic minorities that may be financed by the programs of territorial cooperation, but will show that still it's not so perfect. So, as I said, sustainability has those 3 dimensions that we perfectly know. I will concentrate on the issues of social dimensions. So understanding sustainability is the question of understanding the needs. It's the question also of showing the future generation perspectives. So according to many definitions, we may say that a group numerically inferior to the rest is kind of the minority. And there are so many minorities that also occur in the Baltic Sea, that also exist in the Baltic Sea region. But the problem is that if we think about classification of those minorities, this is really a difficult question, because there are not so many classifications. There are not only many classifications of minorities, but in many countries there are many definitions. So if we say minority in Poland, it's not the same definition, for example, as the minority in Germany. So this is one of the problems that have to be solved. So in Poland, actually, according to Polish law, we have three kinds of minorities: national minority, ethnic minority, and minority using regional language. Regional language. So the thing is that it's not so easy to compare development, the existence, functioning of minorities in the Baltic Sea region countries, because there are many definitions. Every country has his own concept. It's very difficult to compare statistics. And we have created the different typology of minorities. We have the situation that option one, that the minority exists, but it doesn't exist in a particular country. Then option number two is that there are minorities, particular minorities, only in this country. Option A is there is in one place, like for example, we have Kashubians in Poland that are located. They are located only in one part. We may have this situation like with Tatar minority that are in different places, and we may show that the minority is in the whole country, different areas. And option number three shows that the minority is located not only in a particular country, but also in other countries. It may be option 3A on the borderland with one country. It may be also in a particular country, on other country. And option 3C, 3C means that the minority is located in different area, like for example, Jewish minority. So when we think about minorities, there's always the problem of inclusion, and the problem of exclusion requires inclusion. And one of the tools may be using the different programs of European territorial cooperation, and also the programs of European neighborhood. But the thing is more complicated, because when we think about minorities, we may find different forces, direct and indirect forces supporting those minorities. And if we take under the consideration Agenda 2030, we see that the problem of minorities is not exactly indicated, but somehow indirectly we may say that it also requires inclusion of minorities in different decision making processes. Our research was conducted in this way, that we created the model of development of social, of national and ethnic minorities in the Baltic Sea region. According to this model, we analyzed all ETC projects that somehow were related to the issues of minorities. And in order to indicate these problems, we used the KEEP EU database. And in order to, there were several steps. The first step was just to identify, to find these problems. So we are using the method that we found all the projects that had the word minority in the title. Then we tried another with the word ethnic, We also tried with the word national, but it was useless because the word national refers to many other words. So we decided, but then when we used names of particular minorities, and eventually we found 126 projects that supported the development of national and ethnic minorities. And the result was that when we think about minorities, this is very important that we have to identify these minorities in the Baltic Sea countries. So we identified 18 minorities. Some of these minorities were located in all countries, which is, for example, Roma minority, Tatar minority, Jewish, but there were some minorities in the Baltic Sea region that were located in one or two or three countries. So that was the first issue, just to identify these minorities. Then using official statistics data from all the countries, that was really a challenge to prepare the structure of these minorities, different minorities. Here it shows national minorities in the Baltic Sea region countries. But what is interesting that the results show that during our research, of course, it changed because now we have the war and we have huge minority refugees from Ukraine. But in that time, when the research was done, it was very interesting to see that we have countries like Poland that in that time officially claimed that that the number of Poles in Poland is 97%, and opposite was Latvia, that the percentage of Latvians in Latvia was only 62%. So we see how differentiated the situation is. And that was also interesting to see which country deals with which country has the largest minority. So, for example, when we take Poland, it was Germans in that time. Estonians were the largest minority in Finland, Turks in Denmark, Poles in Norway, Ukrainians in Russia, Finns in Sweden, Turks in Germany. And what I want to show is that if we see Latvia, Estonia, Belarus, those are three countries where Russians are the biggest minority. So this is also very, very important. Then we try to see what were the tendencies. So we saw two opposite tendencies, that in Sweden the percentage of Swedes was decreasing, and in Belarus the percentage of Belarusians was decreasing. So it automatically means that every year, Sweden had more and more national and ethnic minorities. So then, if we think about minorities in the Baltic Sea region, we found out that we have the situation that minority in one country may be shown in 44%. Then we have minorities in few countries. It was 39%, and in 17% we had minorities like Jewish, Tatar in all Baltic Sea region countries. As I said, when we identified these minorities, we had the opportunity to analyze 38 programs with the value of 83 million, and within these 38 programs, as I said, we found 120 projects. And then if we thought in what way these projects help these minorities, our proposal, our concept is that we identified four areas. The first area was heritage preservation. So we may say that nearly 60% of these projects help these minorities in this way, that it helped to preserve their heritage. Then the another group was the group of projects supporting minorities in a social way. Usually, for example, it was that the project helped to find work or to improve health services. 17% of projects dealt with help with education. Usually, it referred to education of minority language. And it was only very interesting that only 3% were the projects that were a political empowerment in their mind. So when we now see these projects, it's very interesting to see that these projects help 13 minorities, and it's very interesting to see that was only one minority that was supported in all 4 dimensions. That was Sami minority. It was supported in both heritage preservation, social support, education, and political empowerment. As I said, that other minorities were not supported in this way. So we may say that the Sami Sami minority can be an interesting case study to show how this Interreg projects could help them in their work. Now I will not have time to analyze 123 projects, but I just want to give some examples. Within one project, there was the idea to create Sami Council network, and within the project, such a Sami Council was created. It was the council that united different associations from Sweden, Russia, Norway, and Finland. So the result was that the project helped to create such a Sami Council. Another interesting project that was implemented at the Polish-Lithuanian border was the project called the Center of Free Cultures in Suchowola, in Poland, and in borderland in Lithuania. But the idea of the Center of Free Cultures, that you see the free representatives of free religion, was the project that helped Tatar, that promoted Tatar minority, but in cooperation with Jewish and Polish Catholic society. So it was called the Center of Free Cultures in Suchowola. Then that was an interesting project promoting Jewish heritage. The idea was to create the route showing old cities, their history, and such a project helped to promote Jewish heritage. And I think that another interesting project was the project promoting culinary heritage. It was the project between Estonia and Latvia, and the result of this project was the brand of the ethnic group of Livonia, that is the borderland group, and the project enabled creation of the brand, cross-border brand, and promotion of local cuisine. So conclusion is that neighborhood and EU cohesion programs have become an interesting tool to support development of minorities. But the idea is that the condition is that every minority has to find a partner abroad, because that is the idea of territorial cooperation program. So these minorities who are active enough, who enable to find such a partner abroad, were able to receive EU funds. And we may say that the projects concerning Sami minority may show good practices. They may be used by other minorities to see how to apply for money, how to be successful. And I think that minority issues should be more incorporated to EU strategy for the Baltics region. I had an opportunity to raise that question during last forum of EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. I was representing Cost Action Entente, and I received the promise from the most important politicians that in future minority issues will be more reflected in the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. Thank you very much for your attention. On behalf of Professor Beata Mayer and myself, I would like to thank you for your listening to our presentation. Okay, so that was the presentation. So now we will go to next presentation. Hynek Bem, Artur Bochacz. Okay, Hynek, are you ready?
Okay, so actually, me and my colleague Artur of the same university will talk about the perception of the locals vis-a-vis the current energy dispute, which is related with the functioning of the Turów lignite coal mine on the Polish side of the trilateral borderland of the Euroregion NISA. Firstly, let me just mention that this project or this research is realized under the NAVA-funded project, which is led by Joanna Kurowska-Pysz of the WSP University. So this is something which should be noted. Joanna should have been here with us today, and she should have presented, but given her health indisposition, so we will have to, let's say, make it partly on her behalf. Okay, so let me bring you to this context. Firstly, maybe before we will approach, or we will inform you about the key research methods we did in the framework of this project. Well, let us just explain where is the region. And so this is the Czech, Polish, German trinational borderland, which is since 1991. It was actually the first Euroregion which was founded with the participation of the subjects from the post-communist countries. So this was the first made as one of the Christmas presents of 1991. And it's actually a big political symbol gathering the entities from Germany, Poland, and Czechia. Before we will dig deeper in the topic, so it should be relevant to say that actually, next to the fact that the Euroregion is a major political symbol, it's also the region where the major population exchange happened. You all know that the region on the Polish side wasn't called Bogatynia, the city was called Reichenau. Bogatynia is just the Polish literal translation. Even the Hradec, Radnice on the Czech side was called Grotau. And so the new names of the places, so the toponyms must have been invented as kind of the post-Second World War changes in Europe. So this means that there are relatively new populations settled there, and which doesn't make the cooperation much easier. You know that the east of the Polish-Czech border, the Chechen, Silesia, Śląsk-Cieszyński region, is a different story with the autochthonous populations living on both sides of the border, where the language barrier is minor. However, in the Euroregion, NISA is the language barrier a problem, even despite the Czech and Polish are the languages from the same language family of West Slavic group, so yet the comprehension is not so automatic. So this is kind of the departure point where we are now. Oops. Okay. Before we approach the research itself, I would also like to make you familiar with the different contexts of, or the different patterns. It's probably the right term is pattern of cross-border integration in the entire European Union. Still, the colleagues of Luxembourgish Institute for Socioeconomic Research, Giran and Decoville, they identified in the article of 2019 the 6 principal cross-border integration patterns. You will probably not be surprised by the information that the strongest functional integration can be found across the Rhine River. So this is so-called Western continental model, which is characterized by the strong functional integration, which is to some extent symmetric. Whereas the post-Soviet Eastern European model is somewhat different. It can be characterized by the lower mutual trust of the population vis-a-vis to the neighbor. And okay, so now let us inform you about the problem which was caused by this dispute regarding this Turów lignite coal mine. Firstly, let me show some pictures. This picture is almost idyllic one. The picture in the middle of the Nysa River, there is a tri-border between Poland, Czechia, and Germany. It's more or less over there. In summer, given the water is warm, so it's possible to cross the river barefoot and to enter Germany. And some people do it because it's always nice. And it's a lovely recreational area which is quite popular among the people from the both sides, all 3 sides of the border. Let me now show you a little bit less idyllic picture, which just depicts why are the Czechs and the Germans so concerned about the Bogatynia coal mine and the power station Turów. So you can see this is the coal mine, which is immediately bordering German, and it's very closely approaching the Czech border. So then this is something just to explain why is this problem so pressing for the region. My colleague Arthur has prepared the map of the involved municipalities which are touched by the problem, and these are the following municipalities on the Czech side of the border, which are immediately adjacent to the coal mine over there, and which claim that they are hit by the shortage of underground water. So this would be the main depiction. And this was despite the long tradition of the mutual cross-border cooperation, the neighbors were not able to come to the civilized conclusion. And the Czech neighboring municipalities protested against an extension of this coal mine. Main argument was these volumes or the shrinkage of the volumes of the underground water over there. And actually, the negotiations with the Polish partners more or less failed. And both sides tried to find a compromise, but in the end, then they failed to find it. So in the end, something quite unexpected happened. So then the Czech side decided to sue the Polish state in front of the international arbitrage, in front of the European Court of Justice. And in 2021, in springtime, the European Court of Justice issued a decision which ordered Poland to stop the mining immediately, otherwise the fine would be applied. As you can imagine, this all brought an immediate or major media attention on both sides of the border, and media reported on the failures of attempts to solve the conflict bilaterally or trilaterally, and this actually resulted into sort of a hostility which resulted even on the physical attacks of Czech citizens in the shops on the Polish side of the border, which was really quite unprecedented. Okay, and this is something what actually brought us to the decision that okay, this is something which deserves to be researched, and that's why this Joanna Kurowska-Pysz decided to establish a project. She decided to invite us from the Czech part of the border to be the part of the team, as our university is just located 20 kilometers from the coal mine, and as the politicians from our part of the border were the noisiest ones against the coal mine. We, as I told you, we were successful in getting the NAVA support, and we established a research project. We actually applied quite a wide variety of the research methods. So we made the really deep interviews with the key local cross-border cooperation stakeholders from 15 of both Czech and the Polish side of the border. And then we made a web-based survey with the Interact project stakeholders. We actually also realized the pencil and paper survey with the local inhabitants. So we talked to the locals, to more or less 300 people together on both sides of the border, asking them what were the impacts of the dispute on the mutual cross-border links in the Euro region. Once we did all this, we organized 2 focus groups, which helped us to get the feedback of the local stakeholders to our findings, and our research was complemented by the on-the-spot visit of the coal mine, so that we had a chance to be several times in the Bogatynia and Turów. We talked to the locals, and we even talked to the people from the coal mine, which was really, really good, and we learned quite a lot of things which we would not have known without them. Okay, so and now let me come back to the last third of my presentation. And just I would like to ask Artur, whenever you feel the need to compliment me, so just type it to the chat that you would like to say something. So then I'm not dominating this unnecessarily. Okay, so for the dispute, we found out that okay, this dispute really has affected the mood of locals on the both sides of the border. Concerning the narrative part, so the Poles are afraid of potential job losses and marginalization of their part of the regions, and they blame Czechs that they are the ones responsible, whereas the Czechs are blaming their neighbors that they are ignoring the environmental problems of them and unwillingness to look for a compromise. So this brought us to the initial hypothesis that okay, this was actually a major element, and that the cross-border cooperation was really damaged quite heavily. But our research actually showed us that it was probably not so much the case. And I can see now that Artur appeared on my screen. So I don't know, Artur, if you want to take over now and continue.
Good morning. Maybe you can end your part with the agreement between the Czech Republic and Poland,
which is just the end of this slide. Perfect. So we found out that actually the problem was firstly in the fact that despite the Bogatynia is part of the Euroregion, so the two former mayors of Bogatynia did not show any willingness to join the cooperation between 2010 and 2020. There were some managements of the city who really did not have the other interest than to steal the public money, to put it very brutally, and that the current management of Bogatynia is quite aware of this fact that this complicated the issue quite substantially. Then, when we were in Bogatynia, we had a strong impression that actually the both coal mine and the power plant are really the dominant employers over there, and they are really the decisive actors of the public life there. Uh, However, despite this, the actual hot phase of the conflict was finished in February 2022 when the Czech and Polish government agreed on the bilateral agreement, which found the compromise between the claims of both sides of the border. And now it's probably the time that I hand the floor to Artur. The agreement is reached, and Artur is now yours.
Okay. So I will say more about the peoples, their feelings, emotions, stereotypes, etc. Especially through the media analysis, we found very interesting attitudes on both sides of the border. Maybe I can start with the Polish side. For example, some Poles were claimed that Czechs attempted to steal their energy security to sell them their electrical energy. So first conspirational theory. Another one, for example, there were some rumors on the Polish side about the situation of the water on the Czech side, that there are garden swimming pools around houses in the affected area, and that there is no water scarcity in the area. Another one theory was that the water scarcity on the Czech side is not caused by the Turów mine, but by the much smaller sand pit near Hradec nad Nisou on the Czech side. Generally, there were on the Polish side there was the atmosphere that Czechs endanger Polish energetic security. On the Czech side, the opinions were strongly affected by the environmental activists. So there were many people who were completely against the existence of the mine and who wanted immediate closure, especially people from the borders, from the neighborhood association Uhelná. These radical views led to led to some revival of traditional Czech-Polish stereotypes, nationalistic views, and feelings of historical injustices, even some remains of Polish-Czech war 100 years ago. These radical views also led to the protests. Through our interviews, we found that approximately 20% of Poles living in the defined regions and 10% of Czechs were active in the protests. However, their activities were different, because on the Polish side, the protests were mostly organized by the Turów mine, respectively the mine trade unionists, who were very active and very radical. On the Czech side, the protests were more spread into more organizations. Generally, we can say that the Turów crisis was exacerbated by low level of cross-border contacts in the region and lack of communication. This lack of communication is not only the case of the time when the crisis peaked, but it is a general statement for the last decades, because there are many barriers, linguistic barrier, economic barrier, cultural barrier, even some geographical barrier, considering especially the situation of transport routes in the region, especially between Polish part and the Czech part. The situation is quite bad. So there, through our research, we didn't found any big effects on some cross-border contacts during the Turów crisis, because these contacts were quite low even before. The contacts between Czechs and Poles in the region are generally limited to the pragmatic reasons, pragmatic border crossings. In case of Czech, we can speak about shopping tourism. Nowadays, even more actual, because of the prices because of the difference between prices in Poland and Czechia, especially in case of the goods, and another one is from another cross-border flow is from Poland to Czech Republic. It is usually commuting to work in industrial zones around Czech cities such as Liberec, Hradec nad Nisou, etc. So some cultural contexts or neighbor-friendly contexts are really weak. Few words about people's activities during the crisis. As I have mentioned, on the Polish side, the protests were organized especially by the trade unionists from the solidarity movement. Their main motto was "Hands off Turów." They were active on the border, and they were sometimes quite aggressive. They were active even in Brussels, etc., to somehow push the European Union organs to make a decision favoring the Turów mine. On the Czech side, we have more developed civic society, so there were many civic organizations involved. For example, Stop Turów. It was partly cross-border organization, then neighborhood association Uhelná. Uhelná is a settlement part of Hradec nad Nisou, which is the most affected by the water scarcity and other effects of the mine, such as noise pollution, dust pollution, etc. There were also some petitions of the inhabitants of affected municipalities, which were then used during the process in the European Union organs. Generally, civic activities were mostly supported by regional politicians on each side of the border, and there were only differences in the degree of radicalism, not in the opinions. For example, this is a set example of the crisis. This is the picture on the door of one restaurant in Bogatyňa, which said we don't serve to Czechs. Čechův neobsluhujeme. So, but it was really an extreme, and we can also say that the restaurant is in the unattractive part of Bogatyňa, and probably no Czech has ever been there. So, what to conclude? Maybe I can say something. Maybe Hinek can also add something. As I have mentioned, the contacts between Czechs and Poles in the region are really weak in the long term, and the Turów crisis didn't lead to some any change, any big change in the matter. And another thing is that there, of course, there are some cross-border projects, etc. But the amount of people involved is really low, and maybe this is also the reason of current situation of the non-communication which later led to this medialized conflict.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and it's really very, very sad to hear that there was the lack of communication and low level of cross-border contacts, because I was convinced that your region is working a little bit better, but it's the reality. So maybe I will raise a question, because in Polish television that was really a very hot issue, and probably you know that it nearly created the crisis in Polish government, and we had to change the minister responsible for this project, and Mrs. Moskva, that I know personally, that became the person who tried to solve. But my question is that I see that there was a huge crisis that was in EU level, government level. What do you think? What was the role? What was the position of local government? What was the power of your region are they able to make an influence, or you think that local authorities, local societies are too weak to deal with such problems?
Arthur, should I start?
You can.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a super complex issue. Firstly, the fact is that the local authorities were absolutely over-dominated by the national level. Then we also obviously the Polish part of the Euroregion is quite weak and far because they are seated in Jelenia Góra, which is quite far from the Bogatynia, and they have some change in the management, and the town of Bogatynia itself was not very much involved in their activities, so this did not help. And then in my opinion, in my view, so the things in Bogatynia are managed by the coal mine and the power plant, not by the city so much, by the municipal administration. And actually, the conflict was very much managed by the Belchatov headquarters of the PGE than anything else. So this was the Czech view, and so then this can be understood as partly the failure of the local governance. However, when we made the research, so the both sides of the border declared that they understand the position of the neighbors. So it did not create, let's say, among the people from the public administration some hate or the dislike. They understood that the Polish neighbors are afraid of the job losses and the Czechs are afraid of the underground water. This was understood. However, it was over-dominated by the national level, and this is my speculation, maybe too wild. Those times, the Poland had and still has the government with somewhat illiberal tendencies, if I may say it so. And the Czech former populist government of Babiš did not show very much understanding. They really exploited it as kind of the weapon in the pre-election campaign, which we had September 2021. Then the new government, the new Fiala-led government, is more normal, so they found an agreement. But the fact is that really this was over-dominated by the central level, and it was their competence. So sorry for the long answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that we will go to the next presentation. And
Thank you.
Now we go to Hungarian-Romanian border. And Melinda, the floor is yours. Please show your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So thank you very much for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to present you some of the results I got during my PhD research, which I am currently conducting at the University of Sopron. The topic of today's presentation will be the main perception strands on the Hungarian-Romanian border. So I'm sure I'm not gonna surprise anyone if I here in the group, if I say that borders change during the centuries. But it may be a bit less well-known fact that, or a bit less discussed fact that also the theoretical narratives about the borders considerably changed in the past decades. First, it focused more on describing the location and the history of the borders, and later shifted towards the understanding of their functional content and capturing the perceptions surrounding them. So through globalization and the European Union, it seemed for a moment that there is a so-called debordering process going on, where borders were losing their relevance and maybe even slowly disappearing to give way to a borderless world, or at least to a borderless Europe. However, with the migrant crisis in 2015, and later the pandemic and the subsequent closures of the borders. Then Brexit came, and now the Russian aggression. It seems that borders are back again, and there is a rebordering process going on. So with so many changes, it is easy to see why it is so important to understand the perceptions that is surrounding the borders. And today I'm focusing more on how the people living in the border regions perceive their border, especially or specifically on the Hungarian-Romanian border. So stemming from the constructivist research philosophy, this research considers that there is no single reality or truth regarding how the borders are or how can they be perceived, but it's rather created by individuals in groups. So to measure it, I designed a research methodology based on 3 pillars. First of all, of course, a literature review, which was international in scope. So I looked to the sources which deal in a more general sense about border perceptions. But I was more focusing on Romanian and Hungarian sources and the sources that are specifically dealing with this border section. And then a mental mapping tool was used to measure or to see that people living close to the border, what do they consider as being border region. So it's a kind of a territorial geographical approach to see what they consider to be a border region. Then a focus group was also conducted earlier this year, where 10 participants from both sides of the border were invited to share their views on the topic, and the participants were selected in a way to come from various backgrounds, so the most variety of the views can be captured. These 2 tools, the mental map and the focus group, was carried out as part of the Borders in Motion, or Frontem in short, project by the Jean Monnet network. And I also wanted to highlight that the mental map itself was prepared by Dr. Pauline Poupier from the Artois University in France. So you can see I put the numbers also on this slide, that the mental map is based on 22 answers, and the focus group had 10 participants. So the scale or the scope of the participants or the research is not that extended. So the results are obviously not representative. It's only meant to be a directive exploratory research. So what we found was that it's not an unprecedented approach, obviously, to try to understand excuse me, border perceptions of the citizens, but there was already quite extensive research prepared by the European Commission between 2009 and 2012, where they surveyed all in all 9,300 students from 43 cities to see what their main perceptions were about borders in general. And as a result, some 40 academic publications were prepared, but unfortunately, none of them is focusing on exactly the Hungarian-Romanian border, but one of them is focusing on Hungarian borders in general. So I could at least see what this research found in connection with this topic. And Romania is only mentioned in 1 or 2 instances, and not a necessarily favorable light, unfortunately, because when students, Hungarian students, were asked to list the countries where they would not like to live, Romania finished at the top of the list. So that's already gives some indication about the perception. And there's another similar survey prepared in Szeged about perceptions of the Serbian and the Romanian border, and that also kind of found that the rigid role of the state borders are still very much present for the students. So, for example, when they were asked to name cities from the other side of the border, they weren't really that successful. Or when they were asked to place settlements, they estimated the distance from the border to be much bigger than in reality. So that shows that in their mind, the settlements from the other side of the border were further away, were something that was harder to reach, maybe. And now the mental map carried out within this front-end project is visible now in the slide. The bright greener a tile is, it means that the more participants selected that territory, that area, to be as a border region. And it's a couple of interesting observations can be made based on this. First of all, that the responses were not univocal or harmonious. It was moving on a quite wide range. So that means that there's a big factor of individuality or individual perceptions and experiences when it comes to what people consider to be border regions. Also, we can't really identify a centrality in this border section. So that's also interesting to point out. And another one that I wanted to briefly share is that the way the marked territories are distributed between the two countries is also interesting because it's not balanced. If we count the tiles identified on the Hungarian side and on the Romanian side, the numbers differ quite, well, not largely, but in an observable way on the favor of the Romanian side. So it seems that in people's minds, the border region is more extended towards east than towards west. And also, somehow in connection with this, the way how extended this border region is also a bit unbalanced towards Romania, because you can see that in the southernmost parts, even east from Alba Iulia is still marked as a border region, which is some 300 kilometers from the border, as opposed to the Hungarian side, where Baja region is marked, but that's about 150 kilometers, so half of the distance compared to the other side. All right, but this was only kind of geographical approach, but what kind of meaning do people associate with borders? During the focus groups, it seemed that there are kind of two sides. Either borders are perceived as barriers or as bridges. When they are perceived as barriers, as a physical manifestation of separation of two countries, then negative connotations are brought up, such as alienation, obstructed economic development, or poor social cohesion, or in short, they were saying that the main effect of borders is that they discourage spatial interactions. And also, I'm trying to think back how the participants phrased these observations. And for example, one of them said that legal and economic regulations affect everything, for example, patient care, and in many ways they hinder our lives as border citizens. So they recognize that it's something that stops them from reaching or enjoying the full potential of the functional urban areas where they live. On the other hand, when borders were perceived as bridges, then connotations such as opportunities, exchanges, connections were mentioned. And it was mentioned more like the border as a meeting line. And it's very interesting that this idea even came up when a participant was thinking back, remembering about the times when he was living close to the green border during the 80s and 90s, when the border was obviously, the border regime was much stricter and guarded, armed guards and dogs were patrolling the border, and it was a dangerous act to approach the border, and yet people did, because it was a meeting point where they could exchange ideas, they could meet their friends and relatives and so on. Now, when the citizens' perceptions of their neighbors was assessed, a kind of dichotomy was observed that and it's kind of coming from also the EU, the European Union's discourse concerning border controls, that on the one hand, the EU promotes good neighborly relations, while on the other hand, it emphasizes the need to strictly implement the Schengen acquis on border controls and visa regimes. And actually this Schengen area topic came up quite a good number of times during the focus group, because Romania is still not part of the, I'm sure you know, the Schengen area, even though it completed all the necessary requirements. And this kind of causes a tension, but it's interesting that this tension is not transferred to the perception of the neighbors, because the Hungarians are advocates of Romania entering the Schengen area, so this frustration is not channeled to that direction. But what was observable is that there are two strands. They are either, the neighbor is either considered as a cooperating partner. People from the focus group were saying that at the level of citizen, things are much simpler. There have always been interactions and exchanges between the two sides, which emerged to a more institutionalized cooperation, also on administrative and cultural and educational level, among others. But and they were also citing some concrete examples of different projects, but due to time limitations, I'm not going to detail them. And on the other hand, the other type of perception was to consider the neighbor as a competitor, which hinders cooperation in some sense. And it's less on the level of individual, but more on the level of municipalities and business endeavors. And they actually, one of the participants said that the 8 big cities of the border area are in a strict competition with each other, and they will be as long as they feel growth potential exists.
Okay, and we unfortunately
their catchment areas, so the surrounding of these cities also expect this from them. So it's and in this sense, it is linked with what the citizens expect or perceive as well. So just very, very briefly, because I'm running out of time, I just wanted to mention also the factors that I found to influence border perception. Of course, there are many, many factors, but what came through with the biggest emphasis were 3 factors. One of them was the history that is very much still affecting the border, because even though the Romanian-Hungarian border is unchanged and consolidated for more than 100 years now, because before that was a kind of troublesome and in some sense traumatic historical events concerning the border. It still is ingrained in people's perception, and it's a kind of a generational socialization patterns that is passed down to those generations who actually didn't live before or in a different type of border regime. The other factor is the permeability. So well, there is the popular saying according to which good fences make good neighbors. It seems more and more so that permeable fences make good neighbors. Because the easier it is to cross the border, the more favorable or more positive the perception becomes. And the third factor relates to political discourse and institutions that they play in the question. It is a bit of a chicken and egg situation, whether individuals' perception influences politics and institutions, or politics influence individual perceptions. But it is undoubtedly that this has a very strong influence on the question. And arriving to conclusions, well, the first conclusion would be that border perceptions appear on a heterogeneous scale. It's probably impossible to entirely build up a model that comprises everyone's perception, because they are very much dependent on individual differences in all in the sense of geographically as well, so what is border region, and also functionally what the border regime or the border itself entails, and also symbolically what it means for people. And the other would be that various factors influence the border perception, as I just said. So I just want, I got, I can see now the bibliography slide, even though I included, but somehow it got lost. But either way, thank you very much for your attention. And if there's any questions or observations, then I'm very happy to receive them, especially that you said that the moderator said that you were conducting research on this border section. So I'd be very interested to hear your views as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that the topic and the issue was so interesting that it will not only be discussed during this session, but I think that it will be continued, because we really actually have now 12 minutes. So in this case, instead of presenting the whole presentation of Domagoj Cingula and me, I will just make the summary of the last topic. Please give the last presentation. So very briefly, that presentation prepared by my friend presented one of many scientific networks. That scientific network was created several years ago in Croatia. And the idea was that we have so many different forms of scientific cooperation, but that scientific network concentrated on networking scientists, of organizing conferences, of publishing their results. And that was the Croatian idea. It was born in a small city, Varaždin, which is a very nice also border city. And the idea was that it started in 2014. Very first, the idea was to organize conference in Germany. And then there were 87 conferences organized by that network. There were many partnerships. There were several exchanges of the universities, and the idea was to prepare a good governance structure, and such a structure was prepared. That was the idea, that the organizer had several partners, co-organizers, that was organizing a committee that was responsible for scientific issues, for review issues. Then another was publication activity. There were several editors, including both preparing conference proceedings and scientific journals. At the very end, it was a very important objective to apply for very good indexation databases. So, as I said, that such a network requires cooperation. Of course, the most important are universities, but it's also important to show that in that network there is also participation of business, administration, non-government organizations. And there are different partners, and it's very interesting to show that it was the Croatian initiative, but there are countries from there are partners from so many countries, and it's also a good example of internationalization. That it was just the idea of Croatia and Germany, and now it's the I may say global idea. And the thing was that network was developing very well, but suddenly we had the COVID-19 crisis, and as you see, it was not the worst. Even if we take this year, that the network survived. And I think it's very, very important to say, because the conferences were organized in nearly on all continents. So it was very successful to show that different partners were interested to be part of this network, of this project. And it's also interesting to see that number 2 is Portugal, because people realize that if there is the initiative, there is the conference, it's not only scientific issues, but also touristic issues, cultural. That's why Portugal was a very interesting conference destination for many years. So when you see different countries participated in this initiative, different countries organized conferences, and every year the conference was organized in Croatia because it's Croatian initiative, but it's also interesting to show that in that time, since the war, Russia was a very, very attractive partner, and it was a very difficult decision to find a new way to deal with this crisis, and at the moment the cooperation has been frozen, which is really very understandable. So as I said, it was in order to make this initiative, this network recognized, it was very important to apply for indexation. First was the most important was Web of Science. At the moment, it's also time to start cooperation with also other databases, including Scopus. And what I want to say, that the number of papers from different countries in terms of Web of Science, unfortunately, at the moment decrease. So this is not a good information. But it's the idea of Web of Science that very often they are very late. So at the moment, the only echo later the indexation increased. But what I want to say is that the initiative concentrated on several disciplines, and it was mainly regional urban planning, economics, but also business, development studies, a little bit of law, and area studies. So going to conclusion, every network has to adapt to different situation. And the beginning was really very successful, but suddenly COVID-19 crisis came. So the most important challenge was to adapt to this situation and organize conferences hybrid way, online conferences. But what was the result? The result was lowered number of collected papers. The result was lowered number of presentations. So it meant weaker networking options. Also, the problem was lack of tourist component, because frankly speaking, as I said, it's really a very, very, very important issue. And a lot of people like both to go to conference and to have some program. And then there was the war begin, so it was the loss of several partners. And the idea was that in order to survive, the organizers realized that the activities of the network have to be bigger, stronger. That's why there was the initiative to find and issue the scientific journal, which is called Resilient Society. And I think we all need resilience in order to survive in this difficult and unpredictable time. I think I gave you the idea of one of the most of many networks, and this ESD project showed that even in this difficult time, it's possible to survive. Okay. In this situation, I would like to thank you all presenters that you gave us such interesting information about different borders, different societies, the ways how to survive in difficult times. And when I was listening the examples of Polish-Czech and Hungarian-Romanian border, I realized that the situation is like in a family. In Polish, we say kto się lubi, ten się czubi, which means that people who like each other from time to time argue with each other. And I think that one word will be the conclusion. That I think that when Melinda showed one of the diagrams showing this dichotomia, that is both competition and there is a cooperation, I think that the result and my proposal will be co-petition, which includes both cooperation and competition, and I wish you good co-petition now in future. Thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you very, very much for participation in this session.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is the right time to start our session, the CERS conference entitled Land Use, Transport, Mobility and Accessibility. I welcome once again all the speakers and all the participants in this session. We have quite a tight schedule because there are 5 presentations scheduled for this session. Thus, I would like to kindly ask all the speakers to keep to the time of 15 minutes maximum for each presentation so that we have some time left for discussion at the end. To help manage time, I've prepared some warning signs. So if you have 5 minutes left till the end of your presentation, I will show you this sign. And then if you have 1 minute left till the end of your presentation, I will show you this sign. Just a reminder to help us maintain and stay well within time. For the discussion section, please use the chat function. So you may enter your questions in the chat, which is in the bottom right corner, or you may use the status function. There is a smiley face also in the bottom right corner. If you click on it, you will see an option to raise a virtual hand. So this is a second possibility to raise your virtual hand. In this way, we will know that you would like to ask a question or have some kind of comment to the presenters. Good. So let me now welcome the first presenter, who will be Marek Grof on behalf of a team representing the Technical University of Košice with a presentation under the title monitoring of barrier-free roads accessibility in the city using shared e-scooters data. So, Marek, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so first let me introduce the team. So we are, the team consists of four people. It's Petr Župka, me, myself, Radovan Drab, and Tomáš Tofa. We are a research team composed of employees of the Technical University of Košice in Slovakia. And today we will be presenting the partial results or the preliminary results of our research we are doing using the local shared mobility to assist with data-based decision-making for the local city. First, let me introduce the research problem. So the problem that we started with was the city. We are doing many projects with city based on mobility. And one of the research questions they had was trying to update the local map for barriers and restrictions to mobility in the city, especially for electronic scooters, for cycling, and for disabled people. So for example, for wheelchairs or for mothers with carriages. So they have a map of local barriers to mobility for these users. And the problem is that this map is usually updated manually. So there are workers that have to go spread out throughout the city and map those obstacles manually once every few years. So there was a question if this could be automated using data from some other source. So we were searching for different sources of data that could be used for this. And one of the ideas we had was to use data from electronic scooters in the city, because there are multiple providers. I think right now there are 3 of them, which provide electronic scooters in the city commercially. And we know that they log data for these scooters because they map the routes you take, they map the speed you are going at, and so forth. So we knew they were gathering some sort of data, and we wanted to investigate if it would be possible to use this data to assist the city in this decision making. So we contacted one of these providers who agreed to try and assess the validity of this approach to see if the data would be usable in this way. So this is the first part of our research, just assessing the validity of this research, if this would be possible. So again, the rationale for selecting this method was their data is widely available because there's a large number of scooters used in the city on a daily basis, and they cover the entire city because due to the topology of the city and the geography of the city, it's very widely covered by usage of these scooters. And there would be almost no additional costs associated with this data collection for the city. So it would be very easy access to data. And there have been some pilot studies done in this way in different countries where they try to use this data or try to access the data from the e-scooters or other shared mobility devices. But there's not much done in this area. Okay, so why did we select the e-scooters? As I said, there are multiple modes of transport that were considered. One of them was the e-scooters, and the second one was, for example, publicly available data from cycling applications, for example, like Strava, where people cycling throughout the city upload their data, but there are some problems associated with it. So we went with e-scooters, and why we did it is, like I said, the availability of the e-scooters in the city. They cover most of the city on a daily basis, and a large number of users use them. That scooters already have data logging when it comes to location, so to GPS coordinates. We knew from discussions with the provider that they can log the data with high frequency, even up to 1 second. So we get 1 GPS coordinate or 1 set of coordinates per second, which can be used to localize the scooters, calculate speed, changes in speed, and so forth. But additionally, the e-scooters also have included accelerometers. So we can measure G-forces for the scooter, which can be used, for example, to, at least we expect it to be for us to be able to use it to assess, for example, the quality of the pavements or existence of curbs and other types of barriers. So this is what we went with. So how we approach this problem is we contacted the provider of the e-scooters, and we asked them if they could source us some data, but they told us that due to concerns with battery life and data usage, they don't log the data with frequency which would be satisfactory for us. They told us that they logged the data with frequency of 10 seconds, which, if you think about it, in 10 seconds, the e-scooter can travel a long distance. So this is not sufficient for us. So we agreed on them lending us a number of scooters. We will lend 3 scooters from them where they switched the data collection mode to 1 second. And for us to be able to understand the data that we would be getting from the scooters, we designed a testing protocol where we selected specific locations where we would test the scooters, log the data, and then we would be able to analyze the data back. So we would know which areas were traveled, what are the characteristics of the areas, and we were able to specifically select areas that we would cover. So these are just some photos of them. We, for example, started by analyzing crosswalks on intersections, because there's a large number of crosswalks in the city that were renovated and have no barriers, so are easily crossed by bicycles, by wheelchair users, by baby carriages, and so forth, by prams. But however, there are still a number of crosswalks that have very large curbs which form a barrier for disabled people, for example, or for mothers. So we selected both crosswalks with barriers, for example, with high curbs, as you can see in the photographs, and crosswalks where there were no barriers. And for the starting phase of the research, we just wanted to run through these areas multiple times, collect the data, and try to see if the data could be analyzed and we could identify barriers from this data. So we were just assessing the validity of the data. And if this would be proven to be, the data would be proven to be sufficient, then we could gather the data on a much larger scale and without this control. Okay, so we started testing these 3 scooters from, if I remember correctly, from August this year until November, and we gathered a series of data. And now, because of the shortness of time, I would present 2 cases, for example. So we had 2 crosswalks. One of them was without barrier, and one of them was with a barrier. This is an example of the data that we had. So on the left, you can see data tables where we logged the date when we were testing the particular crosswalk, and the exact times, because for the testing procedure we would have the data, because the data set would be rather large. So we denoted each passage through the crosswalk with a starting and ending time in seconds. Okay, so this would denote the crosswalk in the data. And this would allow us to find the specific data within the entire data set, which would be, for example, for the given day or for the entire time of the usage of the scooters. And for each second in the data, we would have the name of the scooter, because there were multiple of them, the GPS coordinates of the scooter, and the acceleration data from the accelerometer. So what we did then, we were looking for significant speed changes of the scooters, because when you encounter a barrier, you tend to slow down for the barrier, and you have to cross the barrier and then you accelerate back up. So this is one thing we were trying to find in the data. And the second one was, we were looking at the accelerometers, and we started with the Z coordinates, Z axis of the accelerometer, because X and Y would be accelerating or changing direction, but Z would be corresponding to bumps when you go up and down with the scooter. So we were looking at this type of data. So how the data would look, for example, for one crosswalk, you can see on the map, this would be when we did the testing procedure, you can see the data points on the map where we were, where we started the ride and when we ended the ride. For example, here we were going from the bottom of the map to the top, and you can see, because there was a barrier present, the data points are much more dense when you go to the crosswalk. So you slow down, you spend some time crossing the barrier, and then you accelerate back up. And this would be represented in the graph, where we use the GPS coordinates to calculate the speed in meters per second. And you can see that the crosswalk was approached approximately, the GPS coordinates have some accuracy problems, but we can see that the crosswalk was approached at some speed in excess of 4 meters per second. So this is about 10 kilometers per hour. Then the user slowed down for the crosswalk, so he almost came to a stop. At the time index of 7, this would be 7 seconds after entering the measured area. He slowed down almost to a stop, where he would cross the barrier and then he would accelerate back up. So this is one testing journey through a crosswalk which had a barrier. And the same goes for the G-meter for the accelerometer. We can see that the normal operation would be where you have a z-axis g-force of 1g because you are standing on the scooter. And when you cross the barrier, you see some fluctuation. You can see either positive or negative change in the z-axis g-force. So we can see that exactly when the scooter slowed down at the time index of 6, 7, or 8, we can see a change in the g-force in the graph. So then we compiled all the crossings we did. For example, for the crosswalk where there was a barrier, we were trying to find some trends, because if we can identify these trends, then we can use it on the whole data set to try to spot problem areas. So this is a crosswalk where we had a barrier, and we can see that almost in all the cases, the user slowed down for the crosswalk. So yeah, there is a lot of variability in the speed, but we can see that almost all the time the user slowed down for the crosswalk and accelerated afterwards. And we can see the corresponding shock in the z-axis of the accelerometer. And for comparison, when we have a crosswalk without a barrier, we can see that the speed remains either constant, or after the crosswalk, the user starts to speed up again, but we do not see the slowing down. And also the g-forces stay relatively constant. Of course, there are always some random shocks. For example, we had 2 random shocks on the z-axis, but we do not see a pattern emerging. So this was a testing of the validity of the data, and we also encountered some technical problems with, for example, the data logging had some problems with latency, the GPS accuracy, and so forth, but we think this is a valid approach to try to automate the data gathering process about barriers to mobility in the city. And the plan is, after this, to ask for the data set, for example, for a given day, of all the scooters that are in active service in the city, and try to identify problem spots based on this testing data. We can identify some patterns that we can then try to automate the finding of in the data, and try to pinpoint problem spots in the city that the city should attend to. Okay, so I think that's all from me. So if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you very much, Marek, for your presentation and also for a great time. So now, without any delay, I'd like to invite our second speaker, who is Kwa Ton Nguyen. I'm really sorry if I mispronounced your name. Please correct me if I was wrong. And the title of the presentation is Stakeholders Engagement to Enhance Last Mile Distribution in Paris Area, and empirical investigation of B2B food distribution. So if you are ready, please, you may start your presentation.
Okay, so first I just want to introduce my team. And you see here, we most of us is in France. There's one the business school, and 3 other, and we are the private company, a private research and development department. So now the idea is we consider the actually based on the title. So I just want to make it clear, is by we want to investigate the infrastructure specifically in Paris, to the adaptation of the infrastructure in Paris to the wholesale logistic in Paris is a use case, and basically particularly in this case, the B2B is business to business. So it's wholesale from the warehouse to the particular distributor. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so here we this is the table content of what I'm going to present to you today. First is the introduction for sure, and the challenge in the urban logistics. So it's of course is urban logistics, and how do we approach, how do we study, how do we raise the problem. And in the case study, we use the data from a specific company in Paris. Is a food company. It's a food distributor in Paris, actually in France. But we use their data that's local in Paris. And finally, we have some discussion and conclusion. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so now I just want to have the overview how the distribution of the logistic in Paris. In the front is actually in the front is the region is Paris is a city, and it's the biggest city in the center, located in the region. So as you can see, it's only one region. It's not that compared to the rest. It's not so very big, but it contains up to 30% of the GDP. And in Paris, in Paris, most of the transport in Paris is for the last mile delivery. And in Paris, the wholesale activity, which means that of course the transportation from the business to be the business, B2B, include is 22% of the daily movement of the last mile delivery in Paris. And you can see here from the figure, you can see that here we have the we have the share. We can see the share of activity in the urban area for the wholesaler. So between 10 or 40%, between 10 or 40% is the activity of the wholesaler is how to say 35% of the delivery is delivered between 10 to 40% of the logistic. So it just gives you the idea how the wholesale locate in the total logistic in the area of in the front. Okay, next slide, please. And here is the location. You see, actually, you see this is the region of Ile-de-France, and we have here the map. It's all for food, agriculture, non-food, and inter-industry wholesale establishment. And you can see here the center, the very dense area for the location of the trade, wholesale trade, is mostly in Paris. So you can see the region is quite large, and the center most of the not all, but most of them from the many center, I say even centuries. So most of the location is located in Paris. So it's very dense, and the infrastructure is really much more different than decades ago. So just have you had an image how the distribution, how the location of the wholesale from the past, and now it's still there, but the infrastructure changed. So how does it affect the logistic of the wholesale, which is always say the wholesale in Paris. Next slide, please. Okay, here we have the wholesale. We just see how does it distribute the inter-industry and the food and the non-food wholesale. So mainly the non-food and the inter-industry is at a major the distribution of wholesale business in the France. So it's in the whole region. Next, please. Thank you. Okay, so we can see here the wholesale of the urban logistics is present from 20 to 50% of the total delivery costs. So let's say you have the product and the price of course we all know that the cost of logistics is the main we pay mainly for the cost of logistics rather than the real value of the product. So in the whole is only in the wholesale part it represents from 20 up to 50%, so it's very large. And of course the delivery in general is create a lot of greenhouse gas in the city, and obviously the deliveries usually have the high volume or medium. No, it's not the small but medium volume. So it's gonna cause obviously cause the congestion, cause the traffic, etc. You name it, and a lot of pollution. So it has to be like that. It's a transportation. So and another thing is also the parking. The infrastructure is the city. It doesn't change a lot. How to say? It doesn't change radically according to the develop of the logistic. So it make the condition of the delivery is quite complicated, especially for the parking problem. It's one of the very big problem. Actually, we have a lot of problem, but in this case, we want to focus on the first and the more kinds of the one of the many problem. One of the many serious problem in the city is the parking problem in the city, particularly here in Paris. And you can see the city is big, but not that big compared to the population, the density of the traffic, and the density of the how to say the flow of the good. Okay, next please. So the challenge is really serious. Okay, so this is how we how to say we establish the study. So we have the survey, the survey in the area. We survey from the period from April to July, as you can see here, and we have the people, 49 people. Actually, these people are the people in the industry. So you name it, the driver, the distributor, the wholesale distributor, the driver. Just to keep in mind, this participant, they are the actor, the main actor in the wholesale. The wholesale, not the how to say a particular delivery, but the wholesale actor in the area of Paris. Okay, so we have the wholesale in food and non-food industry, the driver, and in this we use a database. So okay, from their response to the question, the questions, and we of course we also need to see the how to say the actual situation, infrastructure in Paris, but we do not have the very recent. So in this case, the location, the nature, which means that the condition, where the parking, where the road is for the data is from 2017. So actually, this is the latest one we can access from the city hall, from the city. That's what they provide us for the analysis. Okay, so now based on the question and also based on the analysis from the data from the infrastructure provided by the city, we want to see how the road regulation and their adaptability to the wholesale sector. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so here we have the idea, the figure, how the distribution of the transport infrastructure. We have the of course the wholesale is not only the car, not only on the road, but also we the river Seine across city. So is also one of the way for the transportation. And of course, in France, there's a lot of railroads, so it's one of the case. Not only the road, but the non-main road, but the railroad and the of course also the airport. So there's at least 2 big airports, but for the and for so it's we have air transportation, railroad, maritime transportation, and the traditional one, as all we know, is on the road with the lorry. Okay. Oh, looking at the time. Okay, I don't have a lot of time. So next slide, please. I want to go very faster. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so is the idea of the data we take is from the Terre Azure. So it's a company that for the distribution of the food. So mainly they are wholesale distributor. So most of the vehicle they use is truck. So you can see it's 93% of their vehicle they use is truck, and LCVs light commercial vehicle. So it's just much smaller for maybe for the short distribution and for the smaller volume of food distribution. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so now based on this is the result based on the question to the participant, and this is the how did the respond. So obviously the infrastructure is quite old. It cannot catch the development of the distribution, wholesale distribution in this case. So most of them will say that it's very complicated to follow the regulation of the city, and very few, maybe in this case, these are the people who are use the lightweight vehicle. So most of them, it's quite really complicated for them to obey the law, particularly in this case for the parking, because sometimes the parking for the delivery, they in the high busy area, busy period. Sometimes that area is occupied by the personal vehicle. So actually, there's many problem in the high density city. So it's for them. It's quite normally most of them are very complicated to follow the law. Sometimes they have to park on the street, and of course, from park on the street is gonna give another problem on the traffic, obviously. Okay, next one, please.
Excuse me, may I ask you to move to the conclusions because we are running out of time?
Okay, thank you. So it's just here is just some the image of the area of the parking. So it's not really they gonna easy to get a ticket, and it's very difficult to park in this street. Just some explicit example. So next one, please. It's just for the visual. You can watch this later. Okay, so so now it's here is a 3 area that we use for to collect the data. 3 area in Paris, main area and the limitation, the regulation of each area. Okay, please, next one, please. It's almost there. Okay, it's good now. Okay, so we have let's say, okay, this is the profile. Obviously, the first one is the profile. Who are the participants? So as I say first, previously, it's mainly the people in the area, and the second graphic is also about the problem, the main problem of they are facing. How difficult? Why is it difficult for them to adapt the rule, the regulation? Okay, next one, please. Okay, so it's visualized. So how is the situation now according to the real situation? The real situation, simple that the area for delivery, the regulation is smaller than the actual area we need it in the situation right now. We need it for the delivery, so it's smaller. It's visually we can see that. Okay, next please. Okay, thank you. So this is the supply. Okay, so most the figure show everything is quite obvious that is the area is not good enough. Obviously, it's not good enough for the delivery. So of course, do we need more space? They need more space. Obviously, the question is yes, and and mostly the infrastructure. So that's how we say in the infrastructure for parking for delivery. That is the point of this study, and most of them is quite logically they from the point of view of the main actor in the area. We can see that. So next one, please. Okay, so here we mainly see how they can adapt, how they actually this is not what happening now. This is the suggestion. This is the suggestion how we can improve the urban logistics space. So because for many years they actually there's some project, but it does not adapt the real situation. Actually, they do not take into account the opinion, really the opinion from the real actor in the logistics. So actually the text is quite long. I suggest that you can read it later in detail, but mainly the idea is the cooperation of the local authority and the main actor need to be reinforced, because the main actor they are in the real situation more than the local authority. So it needs to be adapt, and it's going to take time, and they have to work, support each other to have the project more feasible for the current situation. So next one, please. But in detail, you can read it. That's the general idea. Okay, so of course we have the need adaptation this is you can know that the large vehicle produce a lot of emission. So this is gonna push the small and medium distributor to innovate their distribution to to lower the emission. So that's what the regulation. But for the heavy vehicle, it's quite complicated. So it needs more time to adapt it, but it's feasible. Okay, next one, please. It's almost done, I think. Okay, so here is how the impact of the low, because the problem is they push the area of low emission zone, but the authority they do not take into account how does it affect the distribution of the wholesale. So that is the problem. That's why I say that they just don't care about the real situation, because people need to eat, people need to buy food. Here is food in general. So they do not really care about the real situation of the distribution. They just say, okay, it's a low emission zone. So it's very complicated. Actually, I say we say that it's almost impossible to adapt to obey that rule, because the big volume vehicle is gonna give a lot of emission. So they need to have some exception, but that's why it needs to be cooperation between the authority, local authority, and the real actor here. And you can see here the impact of the regulation. Oh, next one, please. Okay, so we can see that the wholesale is a key actor in the economy. Is everywhere, and in this case we say especially on food, and we need to impose more regulation, but need to and infrastructure is important. Infrastructure to compromise both in the economy, the ecology, how to say, the emission in the city center, and that's we need the in general the cooperation between the authority and the main actor in the wholesale activity, especially in the center for the urban transportation, because the urban they share not only for the personal vehicle but also for the small delivery, and it's gonna be very, very complicated. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And now let us move to the next speaker, who happens to be myself. And since I am in the very unfortunate situation of being both the chair and presenter in this session, thank you. There is nobody to keep track of my time, but I promise I will do myself to stick to the agreed 15 minutes. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, today I'd like to give a presentation about a topic I've recently investigated, which concerns the relationship between accessibility, between social housing and accessibility by sustainable travel modes. And my case study is the city of Poznań, Poland. This is the outline of my presentation. So I would like to start with a short introduction. Then I would like to highlight the research gap that exists in this area. A couple of words about the case study, the research methods, then I will move to presentation of my results. And in the end, I will present the conclusions and some brief policy recommendations. Why did I become interested in investigating this topic? So as we all realize, it is quite often difficult to combine these two things. It is difficult to find housing that is both accessible and affordable. There is quite often kind of a trade-off, and we need to make a decision. Do we want to choose a more accessible location, which is obviously more expensive, or do we prefer to move to a less accessible location, which in turn is going to be more affordable? Well, this is the case for most of us, but what happens in the case of people who live in the social housing? In this situation, they have, frankly, little choice with regard to their locations, because the locations of social housing are typically predetermined. There is some local authority that decides where social housing should be situated. So the question is, how does social housing locations perform in terms of accessibility, and more specifically in terms of accessibility by sustainable transport modes such as public transport and cycling? So I looked into the literature and I realized there were already some studies addressing this topic, and the studies contributed quite a lot to our state of knowledge, but as it is always the case, there were some limitations as well. In particular, most of these studies focused on just a single mode of travel, or did not specify what exact mode of travel was used. So I proposed an approach that includes two sustainable transport modes most typically used on the city scale, which are basically public transport and cycling. And I decided to focus on the social dimension of sustainability. So the underlying idea is that everyone should be able to take advantage of sustainable solutions. And I proposed 2 scenarios for each travel mode to account for varying conditions of travel. The case study, the 5th largest city in Poland, which is Poznań, just above 500,000 residents. I took into account over 1,000 low-income social housing units and over 3,000 middle-income social housing units. For a comparison, I also took a database of almost 20,000 market rate housing units, and I wanted to compare how these different categories of housing rank in terms of accessibility by sustainable travel modes. Measuring accessibility is one of the topics most discussed in the transport literature. The topic attracted significant attention, and there is obviously a discussion going on what is the best way to measure accessibility in different contexts. What concerns my approach, I decided to use a cumulative measure of accessibility. So my measure of accessibility tells us how many destinations of a given type are accessible from a starting point in a given time period. So if I'm asking a question, within 30 minutes, how many groceries or how many pharmacies are accessible to me if I start my travel from this point? So the resulting accessibility scores can be interpreted as percentages of opportunities available in a given area. I used an open source approach. So in the R environment, there is a package called R5R, which provides an open source interface to the rapid realistic routing on the real world and reimagined networks. The algorithm calculates travel time for public transport trips by taking a user-defined time window and then calculating travel for a departure every minute within the window. And for cycling trips, the algorithm allows specifying cycling speed and accessible cycling street levels, and also accounts for elevation differences when provided with digital elevation model. Okay, so there were 2 scenarios for public transport and 2 scenarios for cycling. In the case of public transport, there was a peak scenario. So the assumption was that departure take place in the peak hours when the frequency of public transport is high. And for a comparison, there was also an off-peak scenario. In the case of cycling, the scenarios were differentiated by the level of acceptable cycling stress. So in the safe scenario, only streets, only parts of the cycling network which were considered relatively safe were included. And in the whole network scenario, all cycling possibilities were taken into account. I also assumed 3 thresholds of 45, 60, and 75 minutes. And 6 categories of destinations, which were jobs, population, cultural facilities, healthcare, secondary schools, and green areas. So going to the results, these are the results for the first scenario, which is a public transport peak scenario. This is a bar chart which shows the distribution of accessibility by different housing types. So the market rate housing is shown in red, low-income social housing is shown in green, and the middle-income social housing is shown in blue. What we may see is that quite consistently, low-income social housing performs significantly worse than market rate housing in practically all categories of destinations and in all the different time thresholds that were taken into account. For middle-income social housing, it's a bit better, but there is also a difference between market rate housing and middle-income social housing. This is the second scenario. This is the off-peak scenario for public transport. And we see that we see more or less a similar pattern. But if we look more closely, we may find that the differences between social housing and market rate housing tend to be higher than in the peak scenario. So we may say that if we assume suboptimal conditions of the transport network, when the frequencies are lower than in the peak period, then these differences between market housing and social housing tend to increase. This is the third scenario, which is the cycling whole network scenario. We see that the differences are a bit lower than in the public transport scenarios, but they still prevail. And in most cases, the observation can be confirmed that social housing, and particularly the low-income social housing, tends to have lower accessibility scores for all categories of destinations than market rate housing. And finally, the last scenario, which is the cycling safe scenario, we see a similar tendency as in the case of public transport. So when suboptimal conditions of the of the transport network are assumed, the differences between social housing and market rate housing tend to increase. Then I will show you some maps. This is basically the same information that's shown on previous charts, but we add the spatial dimension. So these are the geographic locations of different housing units, either market rate housing, social low-income housing, and social middle-income housing. And we may see the average accessibility scores in all the scenarios. So this is again for the public transport peak. The next one is for the public transport off-peak scenario. We see more of the red color. Red basically indicates lower accessibility scores, whereas green stands for higher accessibility scores. This is the cycling whole network scenario. And the last one is the cycling safe network scenario. So going to the conclusions, what this research has shown is that accessibility gaps between low-income social housing and market rate housing exist regardless of the scenario. So there is a difference in the size of the gap, but no matter which scenario we take into account, be it public transport peak, off-peak, cycling safe, or cycling whole network, we see there is a difference between low-income social housing and market rate housing. And these differences tend to be wider if we assume that the conditions of the transport network are less than optimal. So if it's an off-peak situation with a lower frequency of public transport, or if we only allow cycling on streets with a low level of cycling stress. So considering future studies, also some future, maybe some practical applications, it is crucial to identify which are such conditions, such suboptimal conditions of the transport network, and to compare the situation also in such scenarios. We should not limit ourselves just to the optimal conditions, but also take these suboptimal conditions into account. And I also tried formulating some tentative policy recommendations. So my first recommendation would be to define accessibility by sustainable travel modes for vulnerable population groups, such as the residents of social housing or low-income residents with low socioeconomic status, as a strategic objective. So when thinking about some strategic objectives for spatial planning, the objective should be not only to maximize the overall accessibility, but we should look more closely into some population groups that for some reasons might be more vulnerable, and for these reasons also more prone to use public transport, for instance, due to not having access to a car. And adjust our analytical part correspondingly. So include some indicators that would take also the situation of these population groups into account. Okay, so that is from my side. I believe that I made it within the time scheduled for my presentation. And if there be any question or comments, I am happy to welcome this at the end of our session, as we agreed. So thank you again for listening. And let us now move directly to our fourth presentation scheduled for this session. So I welcome again the team from the Technical University of Košice. And this time, Radovan Drab is going to be the presenter, and the title of the presentation is Location Selection Method for DRT Utilization based on the Fixed Transportation Cost and Effectiveness Analysis. So Radovan, if you are ready, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you again. Hello and welcome. My name is Radovan Drab, and I'm from the same team as the article number 1. So my team members are Peter Džubka, Tomáš Tofa, and Marek Grof, who is also present. And we were also dealing with different topics and tasks during our projects. And one of the other projects is focused on a possible application of demand responsive transport utilization into a fixed road bus transport, or swapping some of the bus transport routes by the DRT. So this is also partial results where we try to identify the proper or the correct bus routes and bus lines that could be replaced by demand responsive transport in Košice region. What is the main aim of our research is to identify which of the fixed route bus transport in Košice region could be potentially changed or swapped by a demand responsive transport principle, meaning applying sort of a framework to assess this problem. We had to test by using the data that was provided mostly by the Košice self-governing region and the transport providers in the region. And also in the current situation, this topic was considered as very interesting because the ever-increasing costs and also the decreasing demand for the fixed route transport don't look as suitable as they did before. So their suitability is questionable in the current situation. DRT, like demand responsive transport, which is usually understood as a service of smaller buses or minibuses or cars that are actually shared, and they collect people on various roads and deliver them to various destinations, can be in some cases a viable alternative to fixed route bus transport, despite the fact that in the past many of these DRT services ended up in a failure because of higher costs. But today, with the development of IT technology and mobile phones and cell phones that are present in the population and accessible, this situation is more viable because everyone can access it through its mobile phone. So why we thought that this research or this idea has or is suitable. So first of all, we saw that the costs in the Košice self-governing region for the fixed road bus transport is increasing, and a huge amount of that cost is covered by the Košice self-governing region budget. And each year the demand, regardless the pandemics, for this type of service is decreasing. It's not a huge decrease, but it is decreasing gradually from the year 2010. Also, the other thing is that a fixed route transport is rigid and it's not dramatically changing over the past 10 years, and many bus lines therefore are running almost empty or not fully utilized. The DRT application has also a different added value, or has a different added value, that it can provide the service at a higher quality than the fixed route bus transport, and can, on some cases, run more efficiently on the same bus lines or bus routes that the fixed route transport is running. So this was the rationale why we started actually this research. So the objective of our idea is to identify which of the bus lines are suitable for replacement by demand responsive transport principles. And therefore, we had to do a simple analysis of the costs for both types of these transports, so for the DRT and for the fixed route bus transport. And also we had to do a small simulation, agent-based simulation for the DRT model adoption to identify its costs and also revenues on the inefficient bus lines. And then we had to do a comparison analysis, both of the costs and also on the revenues. So what were our data and what was our methodology? So we were quite lucky because we were provided by a database of all purchased tickets on a fixed bus transports by all the transport providers in our region during one standard day. So we could understand the transport demand on a standardized day, which was pretty awesome. But not all bus stops were covered. So that's why we also needed a list of all bus routes with all the bus stops in Košice self-governing region to make the whole map of the bus stops. We had to do market research for demand responsive transport cost estimation. We were thinking of a minibus of 8 passengers. And we were also lucky because the Košice self-governing region also provided us with all the costs, the breakdown of costs for the fixed route bus transport, because that the transport providers have to provide this type of information on demand from the Košice self-governing region. And also we had to develop an origin destination distance matrix from each stop to each bus stop to suit the agent-based model for the DRT application. So how did we do the cost and revenue analysis for the fixed routes? That was quite easy because we were provided by all the data. We got all the cost per one bus kilometer that was provided by us. And also because we had the list of the whole bus routes, which are actually fixed, we knew how many kilometers each bus on each road has to ride. So we got the cumulative cost for each bus line. So therefore, we were able to quite easily estimate the cost for each bus line. The revenues were also quite easy because we got that database for the tickets sold per each bus line. So we could develop the revenue part of each bus line, and therefore we could also create the profit analysis for each bus line, that is reversed on my presentation. It should be the revenues for the buses minus the cost for the buses. The same we had to do for the demand responsive transport. Here it was a bit more trickier. So for the cost estimation, we had to specify the distance that the car or the minibus is traveling, and we had to do a simple approach, simplify the approach. So we were thinking that the minibus providing the DRT service is always starting at the first stop of each bus line, and or at the last stop of each bus line. And then in the middle, it can serve its service to all the bus stops which are actually inside. We had to stick to each bus line and each bus stops of that particular line because we want to swap the bus route by the DRT. So that's why the simplification had to be made in this manner. So therefore, the first calculation is a bit trickier. So we took an average of these two principles when the DRT minibus is starting at the first end or in the last bus stop of that particular line. The costs then are multiplied the distance by the cost that we have done the market analysis, usually asking taxi providers with higher capacity cars. And we thought that price per 1 kilometer is also covering some kind of profit margin. And also we did an additional analysis, willingness to pay. We were asking people in a previous research how many or how much they would like to or they will be willing to add on top of or how much they would like to pay for this kind of service like demand responsive transport. And we have discovered that they are willing to pay 9 cents per kilometer, which is higher than the ticket price for a bus. In this matter, we also calculated the profit, which the difference between the revenues and the cost for the DRT. Here are the values or the figures from the cost estimation for the demand responsive transport. So according to market research, we have discovered that the average cost per 1 kilometer for those taxi drivers is 0.738 euros per kilometer. And I'm missing one value here, which is the fixed route transport costs. It's not 0.06, it's 1.5 euros per kilometer, the cost for fixed route transport, and the average income, so revenues for the fixed route transport per kilometer is 0.067 euros. There is an error in my presentation. I'm sorry for that. And the willingness to pay we did with previous research with Chopova is 9 cents. So what did we do, or what did we discover by the comparison? Here you can see on this simple chart, on the x-axis is bus profitability per each bus line, and on the y-axis is the demand responsive transport profitability, and that line is actually representing the cases where this profitability is equal. So you can see that there are some cases, many bus lines, which are, let's say, they are not profitable, because you can see that they are below zero over here. Some of them are actually above, but the majority, the absolute majority, is below zero, so there is not profitable, but they are like more profitable than the fixed route transport. So we think that in those bus lines with the darker dots, there is a way, or there is a chance to be replaced by demand responsive transport, because they can cost less than the fixed route transport, and so save some of the budget for the self-governing region. We also made a profit analysis on these two transports, and looks like that there are some bus lines which are profitable. Some of the savings are actually going up to 10,000 euros per bus line, but the median is really low. It's only 1,000 euros around. So only the most economically viable route should be selected for the DRT implementation. So the results are similar to Davidson. So we have been able to identify some of the situations where the DRT could be more cost effective, and even meeting some other local needs, like providing flexible services. On the most of the ports where DRT not effective because of the length of the road or the capacity, where more minibuses would have to go to provide the service. So as a conclusion, I could say that we were able to confirm that this kind of framework could be used for evaluation of the DRT application. We did simple cost analysis and revenue analysis for both of the fixed route and transport, and fixed transport, and then the DRT. And since the willingness to pay was higher for the DRT, we can also expect that if fully utilized, DRT minibuses are going to be run, they can be even more profitable, and, or I would say, even less costly than some fixed route transport. So what we haven't counted with is that we didn't count with bus dependency. So that was not analyzed. So therefore, some of the bus lines probably can't be replaced, even if running empty, because they are going there for the peak hours empty, and taking people during the peak hours like fully utilized vehicles. And this was not considered in our research. This is, as I said, the first sort of research, the sort of outputs that we did. Okay, and actually that is everything from our side. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, please then you know. Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing your findings. We will move to the questions just after the last presentation. So now let me invite our fifth speaker in this session, Mojtaba Kanyan from the University of Łódź, and the title of the presentation are Children's Homeschool Routes Green, an evaluation of green space visibility for primary school children in Łódź. So please.
Hello, I am Mojtaba Khanian, a PhD student at the University of Voj, Faculty of Economic and Sociology. Today, I am going to present my research, which is related to my doctoral thesis. Its title is Are Children's Homeschool Routes Green? An Evaluation of Green Space Visibility for Primary School Children in Voj. Children have been considered as a specific group of city inhabitants regarding their exposure to urban green spaces, because urban green spaces can affect children's physical and mental health, and as it has been proven by many scholars, it can affect their behavioral and cognitive development. Also, children in primary school are more likely to walk daily from home to school, and the availability of urban green spaces in these routes can be considered as one of the most important strategies for establishing a relationship between children and nature. Also, children can select various routes from home to a school, including the shortest and greenest paths, which differ in terms of distance and greenery that the children see during their routes. But what is green visibility? Actually, green visibility is the amount of greenery that a pedestrian would see from his or her location from the routes. For example, for these routes, these streets, this is the amount of visible greenery is below 10%, and for these routes it is above 50%. So main objective of the research based on what has been mentioned above is to assess green space visibility in children's daily shortest and greenest paths. Based on this objective, we proposed two different questions. The first one about this point, that to what extent children's daily shortest and greenest paths from home to a school are surrounded by greenery in Voj. And the second question is about this concept, that are there any significant differences between the shortest and greenest school paths in terms of the level of green space visibility for children? To achieve that question, that objective, and respond to this question, we combined multiple, especially explicit data regarding urban green spaces, children's locations in the Voj, and their school location, and Voj pedestrian network. For creating Voj pedestrian network, first we extracted Voj street from OpenStreetMap. Then we added informal paths based on ortho photo map Google Earth to create Voj pedestrian network. The map that you are seeing, or it is illustrated in the right side of the slide, which includes all informal paths and formal paths for pedestrians. In the next step, we created the Voj greenery map. We used two type of data set to create this map. The first data set was a high resolution color infrared orthophoto map that we used ArcGIS and Envy software to specify the greenery in Vosges, and the second data set was Sentinel-2 multispectral imagery that based on that we categorized greenery, I mean grass and tree. After that, we specified the distribution of children aged 7 to 13 years old in the city. As you see, these blocks that children would go to schools, and also a special distribution of primary school. I mean, these red dots, and we gather this data from the Department of Civil Activity of Vosges City Office. After that, after preparing this data source, we applied two analyses: visibility analysis to prepare green visibility map, and network analysis to extract the shortest and greenest paths. For the visibility analysis, we used the viewshed analysis in ArcGIS to the overlapped map of greenery, pedestrian network, and built environment for maximum 30 meters around roads. And after preparation of this green visibility map, we had the amount of greenery that every children would see from every point in the routes. After that, we used network analysis. As you see in this two image, it is a school, location of a school. This this green dot, and this is the location of children. I mean their home, and this is the shortest paths from a school to their house, and this is the greenest paths. But how did we do this? We used two different algorithms in GIS network analysis. The first algorithm, I mean the red one, was based on the least distance between home and schools. And the next or second algorithm was based on the least no green area, which resulted as the greenest routes. So for all children, our database that was about 19,000 routes, we calculate this type of routes. And after that, when it comes to results, we found that half of children's shortest homeschool paths have 51% of greenery in the visibility area. And minimum green visibility in shortest paths was 6%, while the maximum green visibility was 92%. Also, 5% of shortest homeschool paths here have less than 25% green visibility, while 5% of shortest homeschool paths have more than 71% green visibility. And we had these types of data for greenest paths. Half of children's greenest homeschool paths have 68% of greenery in the visibility area or more. I mean this line in the chart. A minimum green visibility for the greenest paths was 11%, while the maximum was 95%. 5% of greenest homeschool paths have less than 38% green visibility, while 5% of greenest homeschool paths have more than 85% green visibility. And Also, we compared the shortest and greenest paths in terms of greenery. And we used the Wilcoxon test, and as you see, its p-value is less than 0.05. So we concluded that there are statistically significant differences in the visibility of greenery for the shortest and greenest homeschool paths. When it comes to conclusion, we found that on average the greenest homeschool paths were about 17 percentage point greener than the shortest one. Also, we found that there are significant differences between the shortest and greenest paths with regard to green space visibility. It's worth mentioning that in the residential blocks close to a school, the differences of green visibility between the shortest and greenest homeschool paths is lower than those differences for blocks which are far from schools. And finally, we found that if children select the greenest homeschool paths, their distance will rise by 103 meters. And this is our reference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mujtaba, for your interesting
You're welcome.
presentation. So,
Okay, I would like to ask towards the last presentation, which was given now regarding the green paths. Did you consider some kind of optimized solution or a compromise for a path that would be increased from the shortest path the least, while providing a significant increase to the level of green scenery that would be seen by the children? Because you took two extremes. You took the shortest path and you took the greenest path.
Yeah.
Is there possible some kind of compromise where you add the minimum amount of distance while increasing the amount of greenery the most? Because there can be compromise.
That would be good. That was a great question, because we have already thought about this, and we are preparing a journal paper based on cost and benefits. That the highest greenery with lowest distance. But because of the time limitation, we prefer that do not present this in this conference, and because it will be complicated. But thank you for take attention to this presentation, and you understand this point.
Okay, and an additional question, if I may. Because you did a theoretical study of the shortest and the greenest path.
Yeah.
Did you do an empirical study to confirm which paths are actually taken by the children? Or do they use do they use different modes of transport? Because, for example, in our city, even if you live in such neighborhood which you described, very often the children are, for example, delivered to school by car by their parents. So it does not matter if it's green or shortest path, because they go by car. So did you do an empirical study to confirm this?
We are two PhD students that we are working on this project. It's a research project, and my colleagues are doing this qualitatively. She are taking some interviews with children. She do some survey and field study to extract the paths that children really will select. And after these two studies, we want to compare these quantitatively results with the qualitative one, but it will be for the next year, I think, because our results have not been finished yet.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, a further question, but not towards you, but towards the host with your accessibility study. You, from what I understood, you calculated accessibility coefficients for different modes of transport, depending on the social level of the housing. Did you also try to analyze which modes of transport are actually used, and is there some correlation between your accessibility coefficient and the actual usage of a mode of transport?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. The short answer is no, it wasn't part of the study. I just looked at the distribution of accessibility coefficients, as you pointed out. There was this idea at one point, yeah, but maybe, perhaps it's for sure it's a good idea to pick up, and perhaps I'll be able to do this at some point in the future. But no, for the time being, the emphasis was on calculating the accessibility scores based on the available data.
Yeah, because from our experience, when you have different modes of transport, and especially if you are dealing with different social level of housing, the different social groups that live there can use different modes differently. Yeah, so maybe for some types of housing, some modes of transport, even if the accessibility is not good, those modes of transport can be not used by the population who lives there. So if you are trying to do policy implications for the local authority, for example, I would expect for it to be complemented by the study which modes of transport are actually used. Because if there is a mode of transport which is preferred by the population and the accessibility with this mode of transport would be worse, then that would be a reasonable implication to try to alleviate this problem. But if you have low accessibility scores for some modes of transport which are not used, then maybe this is not a good recommendation then. So just my point of view.
Yeah, thanks. We should also remember that there is likely a correlation between accessibility and the use of actual use of modes of travel. So if some mode of travel is poorly accessible, then people are also less likely to use this mode. And for instance, if a city is trying to encourage the use of public transport, be it one example, and then we conclude that there is low accessibility of public transport in a given area, well, I would still expect the decision makers to try to improve this accessibility, because without improvement, it is difficult to expect people to choose this mode of travel. Okay, thank you very much for the question and the suggestions. Are there any other questions or comments to all the speakers in the session? I see there was a question from Radovan, but he writes that the question was already asked by Marek. It was a question about the some children are taken to school by cars, and you already responded to this question. Are there any other question anyone would like to ask? Okay, this is the last minute of our session, but please allow me to ask two very short questions to other presenters, because I was really inspired by your talks. So one question is to the team from the Technical University of Košice concerning your first presentation. It seemed very policy-oriented to me. Yeah, it had a very practical orientation. So I would like to ask: did the operator of the scooters and the city in any way benefit from your findings? So was it used in any way? I don't know, to redesign some crossings, or maybe did it affect the rules of using scooters in Košice in any way? And a short question to Mojtaba: did you also consider the geographical distribution of green visibility? So was there maybe any geographical pattern, like in some parts of Łódź, the roads that children took to school tended to be greener than in other parts of Łódź? Because we've seen some aggregate scores, but are you also interested, or maybe you've already looked at some geographical patterns? So that's just from me. Thanks.
Okay, so may I answer the question first?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so right now we are in the phase where the city is generating demand for this type of analysis. They want to improve the situation, and they want to see if the data gathered from the e-scooters can be used to make some real world changes. But we are not there yet, because we are just assessing the viability of this process right now. And as well, the provider of the e-scooters expressed interest in providing this data to the city, because there is no profit in it for him, but there is marketing potential where they can, because in many cities in Europe, for example, there are starting to be problems where the e-scooters are starting to cause problems for pedestrians, for example. So they are interested in being able to say, but we are helping the city in some way. So there's demand from both sides, from the provider of the e-scooters and from the city. So we are just trying to manage this now by doing the analysis, but so far there are no real world implications, because we are just in the preliminary phase of assessing the validity of this. But the city expressed interest. If the data is good, they can try to repair, for example, the pavements, reduce the curbs and so forth based on the data, but we are not there yet.
About your question, yes, I can say that we saw a geographical relation. Actually, in the center of city, the differences between shortest and greenest paths was about between 1% to 5%. But it was interesting that in the suburb, it was about 25%. I mean, the differences between greenery and greenery in shortest and greenest path, 25% to 30%. And it was interesting for us that we saw that there is a geographically differences, and also it is interesting to note that we found that there is a socioeconomic status differences between children that exposure to greenery in Voj. And it was interesting, and we hope that we can present these results in the further publication or conferences.
Okay, thank you. I see also that Radovan is raising a hand, so would you like to add something?
Oh, I would just, if there is still some time left, that there is a yes answer to your question, but not from this research. When we started with the shared transportation, same company started with bicycles like 10 years ago. And the question was whether it is helping to get rid of cars from the city center. So if the people are swapping cars by bicycles with the shared stuff. And we have discovered that no, they are actually swapping the public transportation, what was against the idea. And that's why the company has started the cooperation with the city, where the people can buy tickets through their platform and getting some free ride minutes and stuff like that. And this thing worked at the end, or actually is working at the end. So they're using the shared transportation to the bus station and then taking the public transportation. So there is a practical application, but not from this research, but something that we did like 10 years ago.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing this information. So I'm glad to hear that our research and your research in particular finds some way to be applicable in practice. That's always something that we enjoy and appreciate as researchers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, many thanks to all the presenters, to all the participants in the discussion, and the audience, as well as our technical assistants for making this session possible. It was very intensive. We are 5 minutes past schedule, so enjoy the bit shorter break and see you in other sessions of the CERS conference and elsewhere. Thank you once again, and enjoy the rest of the day. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Hello. Welcome to room 2 of this conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Romeo Ionescu. I am first vice president of the Romanian Regional Science Association and chair of this section. Section SB1, Smart, Sustainable, Resilient Regions in Time of Multiply and Overlapping Crises. We have only 3 papers, but I'm sure that they are very interesting. In order to cover presentations and discussions, I propose you 50 minutes for each presentation and 10 minutes for discussion. It's okay. I don't have feedbacks from you.
Yes, it's okay. Hello.
Hello. So let's start with the first paper, Investigating the Role of Big Data in Smart City Management, case study, Tehran City. There are two authors, Mahla Anari and Akos Yacobi. I hope I pronounce correct. Please.
My name is Mahla Shojai. I'm a PhD student at Otvashleran University, Budapest, Hungary. Sorry. And this study is part of my PhD thesis, and it's still under processing. Today, I wanted to talk about investigating the role of big data in smart city management, and my case study is Tehran City. Due to the explosion of data in recent years and the increase in its commercial application, big data and its analytics have attracted the attention of governments, academics, and practitioners, especially that of the urban planning. At the same time, regarding the recent nature of the phenomena, urban planning literature lacks a true understanding of the contextual experience by urban big data. Therefore, this study aims to contribute to the literature of big data by identifying the challenges of big data and exploring the priority of urban big data types in the context of Iran, a developing IT and ICT country. The research method is comprised of two phases. First, identifying the urban big data priorities in Iran by using a questionnaire and interview based on expert assessment. Also, we use AHP models. Furthermore, we will discussing about challenging in using big data based on library studies. Here you can see my main part of study. So I will talk about urban big data in Tehran, then urban big data priorities in Iran and challenges regarding big data in Iran, and the last one is challenging regarding big data in the government. In the last couple of years, Tehran has recognized the advantage of using big data in city-related issues, though with significant challenges. One of the challenges of Tehran's urban management and planning in terms of production and application of data, in addition to the lack of available, correct, and real-time urban data, is that there is not much belief knowledge-based management system amongst planners and experts. This means that the sensor and technology-based smart tool sources are not considered as important sources of data generation. Perhaps because of the above-mentioned generation difficulties and challenges of data procurement and analysis, and due to the fact that urban big data remained a theoretical issue and not been converted to the practical knowledge. The application of big data solutions are not much integrated in urban management process. Also, most organization, employer, and city manager overlook the significance of big data and its application in their business. Also, people have a little knowledge about this issue. According to the survey conducted by Research Institute of Information and Communication, technology, there is low culture of sharing big data among experts in this field. As well, the sanction and the political restriction on cooperation with foreign companies result a backwardness in this regard. Furthermore, government and organization are reluctant to share their data with researcher and public. Also, investors in public and private sector, they are not much really interested to urban big data, while those in charge of information security and the maintenance of citizenship rights are always worried about improper or unprincipled use of information with a legal intention. On the other hand, Tehran has already made a step toward becoming a smart city, for example, in urban traffic control. Using big data, experts identify routes with more risk of car accidents or identify high and low traffic routes. Furthermore, online startups have been set up, such as Snap and Tapsi, that you can see the image of this application, which are online application taxi and may provide valuable inputs for analysis. For example, data obtained from passenger routes can be analyzed for the identification of the busiest route, where more taxis should be made available. Also, such a data can inform us indirectly about travel habits of residents too. All these solutions are create new opportunity for local government, and the government should be pay attention to it. Well, urban big data and their situation in Tehran were discussed in the first section of my study, and now the second part of my study. According to the paper by Paul et al., urban big data can be divided into 5 categories. The first one is sensor data on urban infrastructure and moving objects. An example, Internet of Things, sensor system of managing environments, travel, traffic, and so on. The second one is customer and transaction record data. For example, social media network users and GPS. The third one is governmental administration data. For example, public administration data on transaction, taxes and revenues, payment and registration, and so on. The fourth is art and humanity data. For example, storage card business, record, fleet management system, customer data, data on public utilities and financial institution, and so on. And the last one is user data on society and human. For example, audio, image, video, text, and so on. Well, in our investigating, we utilize this classification to determine which issue or which urban big data is more important in Tehran, and also we wanted to understand that which one is more practical, and also which one is more acceptable, and we can work on it. So according to our result, governmental administration data is the most important and the common big data types. Urban big data types in Tehran, urban planning and management. So as I mentioned before, governmental administration data is the most common and practical urban big data types in Tehran. So here you can see data resources. They are including public administration data on transaction, taxes and revenue, payment and registration, also basic public and data, population, traffic, lands, housing, and geography. Also here, we have an organization that produce big data, and the big data belong to this organization. And they are public and private bank, Iranian National Tax Admission Organization, Tehran Province, Directorate of Registration of Document and Real Estate, Statistical Center of Iran, Central Bank of Iran, Tehran Municipality, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Traffic Department, Ministry of Road and Urban Development, Ministry of Health and Medical and Education, and the last one is Iran Social Security. So all of this organization produce big data, and the application of data in urban management and planning can be national and provisional plan making, urban plan making, national plan making, and spatial analysis. What are the challenges of big data in Iran? According to the survey conducted at the Research Institute of Communication and Information Technology, some of the most important challenges in the field of big data in Iran are low culture of countries' organization in recognizing and understanding the importance of big data, low culture of sharing big data knowledge among experts in this field, lack of sufficient knowledge of big data concept and technology, impossibility of access to data and lack of open governmental data, legal challenge regarding data ownership and litigation in this area, lack of comprehensive law regarding the protection of personal data in the country and lack of accountability in this regard, low investment of countries' organization in the field of big data, low data quality, and the last one is sanction and restriction on cooperation with foreign companies operating in the field of big data. And the last part is about challenging of government in using of big data. The most significant challenges in this area is that government's failure to recognize data as the capital and subject of business. Different sources of information. Data analysis in old and new systems depend on finding and continuous format. Also, collecting data from different sources is a challenge despite being structured in government. Also, governmental organizations are reluctant to share the data, and also they try to separate data as a public or confidential data. And information security and ensuring citizenship rights. They are always worried about misuse and unprincipled misuse of information forever. And the last one is expert and efficient workforce. Data protection and security on the other hand, and the implementation of effective and useful analysis on the other hand, requires organizational tools and knowledge that government agencies in the current situation are less equipped with such a skill. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. It's interesting paper. We have some attendees, so we have questions for our colleague. I have just one observation for your presentation, not for presentation, from your approach. I think that the first part of your presentation was a general one, which is the same for all kind of great cities in the world. But I want to tell you that I saw that your literature review cover just an old period, because accepting the challenges for big data in Tehran, which was a paper from 2020, the others were before 2020, some of them 2016, 2018. My question is, there are no other sources of information, news sources of information about big data in Tehran?
Yes, unfortunately, regarding big data or urban big data, we don't have a lot of publication or paper. All of them, for example, we have, but all of them related to the IT or ICT, and they are not related to the, for example, geography or urban planning or smart city. Because of this, actually, I tried this. I try to choose this topic for my PhD thesis because I want to work on urban big data. And I think in my presentation, I put a table, and you saw many organizations and ministry that produced data or big data. But for example, never to pay attention to this.
So you would be a pioneer, beginner on this road to analyze the big data in Iran. It's a very good thing.
I think so.
Congrats.
This one is really tough for me, but I will try my best to do.
Yes, but it's interesting, and it's interesting area of research. It's very important. Thank you. Any other question, please? No. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next presentation. Digital resilience is the new formal of higher education, student and teacher perception from Romania. There are three authors, Laura Pataki, Iuliana Pârvu, and Claudiu Chiru. Please.
Good evening. My name is Mateș Andreea, and I'm a PhD student at Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca. My article for today is about impact of public transportation on labor market and development from a spatial econometrics perspective. The aim of this study is to find the impact of transportation on labor market, control for education, and pollution from the perspective of greenhouse emission and education. The study is a cross-sectional study on 27 European Union countries. Data was gathered for the year 2020. At the starting point for the modeling process, the OLS method will be used. In case special processes turn out not to be strong, the analysis will stop with this estimation model. Otherwise, the regression model will be modified accordingly to include the types of spatial effects in the analysis. The expected results are that there is a positive direct relationship between the public transportation and country development, and also a positive relationship between public transport and employment. Here is a brief variable description. As endogenous variables, I took logged value of the GDP per capita and the employment rate. and as an exogenous variable, the public transportation was measured the total amount of kilometers traveled by public transport of one citizen of the country in the year 2020. Only road and trail transport, air and maritime transport was not included in this analysis. Here is a quick display of the map. We can see as a comparison between, I'm not sure if you can see my my mouse here. Here is a quick comparison of the quarter map display for the public transportation and log GDP per capita. We can see that the coloring of the map is slightly kind of opposite from one another. So we can expect just from this point of view of a negative relationship, but this has to be confirmed on the regression. Here is the public transportation map and the employment, the other endogenous variable, and we can see that here is a little bit difficult to tell because there are regions, kind of a lot of regions that are similar in coloring, but also a few countries that are slightly opposite. First, we have the test for spatial autocorrelation, and here we have the Moran's eye test. That here we can see if the value is almost closer to 0, there is no special global autocorrelation in the variable. So here we can see with the pseudo p-value of 0.38 that the exogenous variable, the public transportation, there is no autocorrelation, special autocorrelation in this variable. Also, we did the same thing for the endogenous variables, and here on the GDP per capita, we can see that there is indeed a positive special global autocorrelation in this variable. The special process is called diffusion, where countries are spatially positioned near neighbors with the similar behavior. So if we have a country with a high value of GDP per capita, he is neighbor with other countries with high GDP per capita values. We did the same thing for the employment as well, and we find that also in this case, there is a spatial global autocorrelation in the variable, also positive. So if we have a country with a higher employment rate, it is neighbored to other countries that have a higher value for the employment rate. Also, if the value is lower, it is neighbored to countries that have a lower value of the same variable. Here we try to see if there is a special autocorrelation between the two variables, and we took the public transportation and GDP per capita. In this case, we have here a value of Moran's eye of 0.140, and the pseudo p-value is 0.022. So for 5% significance, the H0 rejects, and we indeed have bivariate spatial autocorrelation between the variables. In this image, we can see that there are some linked creators, like the low link that is here, means that countries that have a low public transportation value are correlated with neighboring countries that have low GDP per capita values. Here in this case, where the map is slightly less blue, we have low-high relationship. That means that countries with low public transportation values are correlated with countries with high GDP per capita values. So low and high. The same thing was tested here as well. You can see that in these cases there is also a very special autocorrelation between the public transport and employment. And the special process, because the Moran's eye is negative, is called polarization, and it reveals that the country's neighbors have different behavior. So if one country has a value of public transport that is positive, it is neighboring with negative or slightly decreasing values of the neighbors. Here we have the links that are created in the regions. In this case, where the map is red, we have high links. That means that a country that has high public transportation, it is correlated with countries that have high employment rate. As a starting point, we said that we will do an OLS regression to see if it accepts or it rejects this based on the special effects that are present. So we have here the endogenous variables, which is log GDP per capita and employment, and here are the variables. Here we have the exogenous variables, this is the constant, and the control factors for the regressions. We can see here that in this case, the transport is significant for a level of 5%, and also greenhouse is also it's also significant for a confidence level of 1%. And education for 10%, and also log roads, which is a variable that are the total number of total length of roads logged. It's also significant at 1% confidence level. Statistics shows that the regression is good, and the factors are good to take into consideration. And also, when we have special econometrics or special analysis, we have to take accountability of the multicollinearity diagnosis, multicollinearity test. It is recommended to be lower than 30, so it has to be less than 30, so the regression will not have any multicollinearity problem. So in this case, it's 17.99 for both regression. In the case of the regression between transport and employment, we can see that none of the coefficients are significant in this case. But we have one more step before we can conclude that this is the final outcome, and that is the diagnostics for spatial dependence. And here are more tests that test for spatial lag or spatial errors present in the data. And here we have the probability. So we can see for both regressions, we can see that the probability for Lagrange multiplier for SARMA model is positive. So it accepts the SARMA model here. So we have, instead of OLS, we have to have a SARMA model that includes the spatial lag and the spatial errors into account. And this is the final results of the regressions with the SARMA regression. We can see that in this case, also log GDP per capita and transport, we can see the coefficient between the variables is still significant, but the significance increased because in the OLS regression, it was also only significant for a 5% confidence level, and now it is for 1%. Greenhouse also remained significant for 3 stars. Log roads, I think it increases its its significance to stars, but education became insignificant in this case. Here, the weighted dependent variable and lambda, for the dependent variable are the spatial lag that are taken into account. So they added a variable that have the weights to control for the spatial lag. And here the lambda is the same thing, but for the errors. We have the pseudo R squared here that says that 50% of the variation in the GDP per capita is represented by these factors. But in the case of the other regression between transport and employment, we can see that we have no coefficient significant, absolutely no one, and also the pseudo R squared is slightly, oh, it's almost zero. So these factors are explain almost zero of the employment variance. As some conclusion, the hypotheses from which the study began were confirmed in the case of public transportation impact on country development. The coefficient was significant and also positive. Moreover, greenhouse emissions also have a positive significant impact on country development. On the other hand, the public transport showed that it has no impact on labor market. The factor variables could not explain the variation of the labor market for this data set. More research is needed before we can conclude on a general level that public transportation has no impact on labor market. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll start with the fact that I'm just a little confused because the title of your paper is the impact of public transportation on labor market and so on and development. And you concluded that there are no impact on labor market.
Yes,
so it's
indeed.
just a little contradiction between the title of the paper and the results of your econometric analysis. So maybe the title of a paper must be changed. It's just an opinion, not a decision. So next presentation is the paper Digital Resilience is the New Normal of Higher Education, Student and Teacher Perception for Romania. Authors Laura Patachi, Iuliana Pârvu, and Claudiu Chiru. Please.
We made this search under a project, Human Capital Project, financed from European Union. And the results are presented on the case of our university, Spiru Haret University, the Faculty of Law and Economics, where I am teaching for most over 20 years. So if somebody may help me with the presentation, because the theme is Digital Resilience is the New Normal of Higher Education, Students and Teachers Perception from Romania. The next slide, please. Thank you. I don't want to make too much talking about the theory regarding the resilience and digital resilience. In our paper, we made a literature review regarding this concept. And if it's possible, I want to go to the next slide.
I'll assist you. It's
yes,
okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
We studied the literature regarding the digital resilience in education, and from Spain, students pragmatically choose the most appropriate device to communicate with their teachers, and it is a low expectation regarding the use of social networks and video conferencing and voice systems. All through these systems are widely used on a daily basis for other purposes, not education. In other studies are barriers to the use of digital technology in universities. Many university teachers use digital technology infrequently in their teaching practice, and on the few occasions that they are used, teachers tend to turn to the same type, like PowerPoint presentation, just like one like this for presentation, and less technologies like software or programs to interact with students. In case of our university, some words of our university was accredited in 2002 and is the biggest private university in Romania. Offers both undergraduate and postgraduate programs, and we have working places in Bucharest, Craiova, Constanța, Câmpul Lung, and Brașov. And we study in 8 fields of interest. Also, since 2006 in our university, we use educational platform like Blackboard. It is used in other university too. They have almost 100 million global users, this platform. We use this platform in pandemic period too for evaluation and for assignments, and also for presentation of courses. But we mixed during the pandemic period this platform with Google Meet video conference to get in touch with the students, because the distance learning was the one who must take place in this period. I want to this is the mention that we elaborated a procedure for carrying out teaching learning methods through the distance educational communication systems under the project Innovative Solution for the Practical Training of Students. From this procedure, the methods and tools in the teaching learning process and the distance were presented and recommendations were developed according to advantages and disadvantages, as is shown in the following table. So for almost 2 years, we implemented this type of methods for didactic activities, such as expository. We use for distance learning Word, PDF, PPT type text, interactive presentations that combine images, text, animation, questions to those who follow the course, made some video recorded courses, and also courses held in virtual classrooms in Google Meet way. For all these are some advantages and some disadvantages. This kind of distance learning, Word, PPT presentation are developed quickly, and this was the first step when the pandemic starts. But they do not support interactivity, they support teaching passive learning. After this, it's more appropriate to use courses held in the virtual classroom, because they allow interaction between teaching staff and students, but the teaching staff must have the competence to teach online. They must use appropriate support teaching materials. A good internet connectivity is needed too, like today in our meeting. Regarding the method's practical problem solving, the most used recommendation was demonstration guiding students in carrying out work tasks, case studies, role-playing games, guided research, and project development. We try almost all these kind of methods. Some are advantages. They allow students to practice certain work procedure, and of course, these methods promote the transfer of theory to practice. But the most important are the disadvantages. In order to be performed at the highest level, it is necessary to use specialized software. And of course, it's a problem regarding the teaching staff that must be very present to support the elaboration of case studies or role-playing games like Mentor. And the third, but not the least, kind of methods is the collaborative one, is the most wanted kind. This means online guided discussion and peer tutoring. Why? Because they stimulate critical thinking and analysis, develop interpersonal skills, stimulate attitudinal change. And this is more important to be more adaptable to the labor market, because my colleague already talked about the labor market. How? By forum discussion, email, chat, online conference, document sharing, and so on. Have the advantages because encourage reflection, socialization, and knowledge sharing, but have some disadvantages because are less effective than project development in terms of achieving learning objectives. And regarding the peer tutoring, the presence of the teaching staff may also be necessary. As a result, we apply after 2 years two questionnaire. One is conducted regarding students, and another was addressed to teachers from our faculty in December 2021. Regarding the students, we registered 155 responses, and we mentioned the fact that our students, our respondents, are following our students' profile. That is not a typical one. 83% are between 25 and 44 years old, so are not so young. And of course, many of them have full-time jobs or part-time jobs, and some of them families with children. So maybe the results of our study follows this student's profile. Regarding the teachers, the answer was from all the subjects we are teaching in our faculty, 151, only 43 courses were in our attention, and from 22 teachers who are making learning process in our university, only 18 are answering the questions. Regarding the students' point of view, we found out that students share their personal experience regarding distance learning in relation to the classical system in classroom. More than 18% of them appreciate as being more appropriate for their needs the system of distance learning. Even now, after the pandemic, many of our students wants to learn in distance learning too, and we go on classroom. We do some hybrid system to not lose the one who can come to the courses physically. This is the graphic for the first line. many students feel much more comfortable using the online communication environment than using the classical educational communication. The possibility of making friends is much greater, appreciated from them, not from us, like teacher. They are more motivated to participate in the courses organized online compared to the courses organized in classic system. Online courses help them improve their digital skills more than classic system, and the relation with the teaching staff is more impersonal from their point of view. Finally, the students were asked if they had, just a moment. Thank you. Back.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, finally, the students were asked if they had to opt for doing the didactic activities online, respectively in classic system. What would they choose? And 65.2% of them would definitely choose the online system. So why this year we make the hybrid system too? The teacher's points of view. Many of our teachers use video recording of courses and or other teaching materials useful in the educational process frequently. For 29 of the courses from 43, I remember the previous slide, or occasionally 10 courses. Only 2 courses, the response was no, but I will consider using this method. And one teacher appreciated that he does not consider this method useful from the 18 teachers. Most of the respondents held synchronous distance courses, and 2 teachers appreciated that the method is not useful. Email corresponding was very used as support and feedback regarding the course. Is a frequent method of communication for 27 of the evaluated courses, and occasionally used in 15 of them. Online assessment and the answer from Blackboard system calculation is used also now for the assessment, the 2 assessments per year. And for final exam, for almost 95 of courses, except master's courses where the evaluation system is a little different than a license. Using software methods to prevent plagiarism and copying from one student to another is frequently applied in the case of the 39 courses. And just one teacher mentioned that he has not used the method, but will do so in the future. Interactive activities carried out online with students are frequently used and unanimous accepted way of working. Also, concerning the ways of organizing existing teaching materials in the Blackboard platform, all the respondents organized the course by modules. 98% displays biographical materials, and then the courses support seminar notebook, and 75% shares external links to these Bible references. So like this. Okay, this is the results based on a scale from 1 to 4. 4 means very important. Teachers appreciate the most useful media resources, and we may see in this figure that the most used is text in PPT format. If you see, for almost all teachers, graphical presentation is also important. Less text in Word in PDF or audio video content. This is a problem because we all do the materials by ourselves without support from external people who have supporting and many other techniques. So step by step like this, we learn to do all this. During the pandemic, when courses were held remotely, the evaluation process was composed of 2 assessments and 1 final exam. So teacher mentioned more than 18% use multiple choice grilled test for evaluation, and only 46.5% for final exam use subjects and other oral presentation with subjects, report, case study, business plan, or something like this. The teaching staff's option regarding the improvement of the university reputation through the use of this type of education is a positive one. I don't mention that our university have a time with some problems regarding reputation. This is why we ask if it's better now than 10 years ago. The vision about our university in academic field. On average, it is considered that this type of education does not affect intellectual property rights. The preparation and running of courses require a higher consumption of time compared to the classical method. And of course, online teaching activities allow greater flexibility, wider access to e-learning tools, and customization of teaching activity. And also, the final questions was regarding some suggestions for improving the online performance of didactic activities. So our teachers suggested diversification of teaching learning methods and tools, increasing interactivity and diversifying evaluation methods, more materials in video format, topics for debate in large numbers, permanent adaptation to the problems that arise at the level of public institution, with the aim of preparing future public officials to contribute with success to serving the general interest of society. Permanent update as many practical application as possible. So we talk with many business local to support us to give more practical information to our students. So we invited at our meetings to talk with the one who already practice some things about the theory we are teaching. And of course, the use of only rudimentary education methods through online platforms will reduce the efficiency of students, making them unable to deal with problems that require various skills that are generally acquired through conventional and methodical education, so like face-to-face communication. To replace this problem, to follow the model of the conventional systematic approach to learning, online courses must lead to the motivation and involvement of students through methods such as creative tools, materials in the form of modern presentations. The course materials must be conducted with the support of various professional subject matter experts like animators, video editors, designers, and website administration and others who can teach the teacher how to do this better. Like final remarks, higher education institutions are more and more competitive, even if we talk about the rivalry of public system with private one, or between national and international institutions. And of course, future teaching is only based on digital medium and devices. Avoiding digitalization is not possible at this point. Artificial intelligence is supported by Industrial Revolution 4.0 to transform the volatile digital strategies and change the whole world. Despite the fact that teachers are less attracted to adapt and learn new educational methods simultaneously, students are positive toward learning new technologies. So even we don't want to adapt we must to adapt to the technology, let's say like this. Today, the old method of teaching and learning will lead to the failure of education institution. Students have a much wider range of choice, and like any current customer, are better informed and more demanding. So we must keep our client more interested of our services. To adapt to technological pedagogical content knowledge, it is necessary that teachers participate to professional development training. Furthermore, the very nature of education generally results in a substantial lag between the time of which the initial cost of reform is incurred and that at which intent benefits materials or not, because it is possible that we don't have the expected results. Also, educational innovation can be crucial to improve quality in teaching and learning, and is understood as the permanent training of teachers to adapt and respond to the current needs of their students and society too. Without training, teachers are unlikely to understand exactly how this feedback mechanism work, and therefore will not optimize their effectiveness. And so in hybrid or exclusively online academic environment, new platforms as well as new pedagogy are necessary for a better response to the educational needs of today's students. Fun education, in our opinion, based on action and interaction, has a positive effects and shows us a higher potential to explore and apply. After the pandemic, while students and teachers become aware of the advantages of the e-learning system, the return to the traditional teaching methods is no longer possible in our opinion. Blended learning with gamification through the semester and more interactivity in synchronous activities is the key to success in attracting and motivating students. And I think is the last one. Just thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I was very good to assist you, I think.
Thank you very much for the support. Like all my didactic activity,
Of course.
I share with my other participants. And thank you again, Mr.
Okay, it's not a
Professor
problem.
Ioannis.
I want to put you in under a question. That is, and you demonstrate us today that the online learning process has a lot of advantages, especially for those students who are jobs. On the other hand, you know that in Romanian educational system is the Romanian RACIS, the institution of accreditation, which has his own regulation about the educational process. As a result, there are no regulation about this kind of education, online education. Is the risk to the universities, or Romanian university, not only Spiru Haret University, to finish academic periods without accreditation?
This is the question?
Yes. The question has 2 points. Where are symmetrical accreditation and online education, and the lack of regulation in this field. The problem is a student who graduate an program, an university program, has a valuable diploma or not?
I'm not a supporter of just online teaching. Yes, I suggested at the end the blended learning. So what is good from e-learning to stay like this, but we must meet with the students face to face also. Just is not enough even in higher education, because we don't talk about the previous levels of education. For children, it's not so good to teach only e-learning. It's not good for our students to learn only at distance. I don't suggest it to move all the activities just online. Only to take the benefits from the online system and adjust to the new methods of teaching. Now I work more than before the pandemic time, because I must do
I know.
To use methods for face-to-face meetings, and also to do all the background for e-learning. So I resolve my application on the table, and after this I put it on text, and I put my work in Blackboard platform. So the students who can be on the lesson synchronously can use the materials from Blackboard platform to feel what is missing from his education. If you understand. And the ministry, you asked me from Aracis. We just wait another visit from our program, but this is another discussion from
all of us. Yes.
from Aracis. They change from last year some of the reglementation regarding university, are more open-minded to the e-learning system. And you know this, Professor, because we deal with the same minister, Romanian Ministry of Education, and the last minister, Mr. Câmpeanu, introduced some of the reglementation regarding the online teaching. Now we have the permission for some share to use online activities, and from other point to use face-to-face meeting. So we use this, of course, because now it's cold outside, and we move some activities online to have less bill to pay to the electricity.
Yes, but I understood that you are a supporter of a hybrid form of education.
Yes, always.
Face-to-face education and e-learning, yes, well. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for your presentation. The papers are very interesting. Unfortunately, there are not questions for them. So we can consider this section closed. I wish you happy holiday and best Christmas. All the best. Bye-bye. I saw in the conversation here that there are some technical problems with the first paper. So we must go to the next presentation. The next presentation is a paper, The Connection Between Smartness and Resilience on Urban Tourist Destinations. Authors is a research team as well: Bogdan Constantini Bănescu, Gabriela Carmen Pascariu, Cristina Lupuș, and Ioana Băjenaru. Please.
Hello, everyone. Today's presentation is the fruit of a collaboration with Gabriela Pascariu, Cristina Lupu, and Ioana Băjenaru, all of us being from Alexandru Ioan Cuza University of Iași. And it's a part of research direction that the Department of the Center of European Studies undertook a couple of years ago on the smart city initiatives and digitalization. This presentation is focused more on the impact on tourism and more specifically urban tourism. However, if you are interested in the topic, please be aware that several other research direction and research papers are currently published or under publishing process. So the smart city concept in itself is one of the leading concepts nowadays in urban planning literature. In the Central and Eastern European countries, for the moment, we can observe a lack of an integrated and correlated correlation between smart initiatives because most of the cities were focused on short-term solutions and less on long-term strategies. In Romania, where our case studies take place, the smart city concept could be still considered as a relatively new one with a relative late insertion in literature and urban strategies. However, it's progressing very much. For the moment, the major negative point regarding smart city implementation in Romania is this lack of an integrated and unitary smart database. I will be discussing furthermore on the subject. Just to give you a brief idea with the main milestones in the evolution of Romanian smart cities, we can identify 3 distinct periods. The first one is the period of the pioneers, when cities as Timișoara, Sibiu, Târgu Mureș, or Cluj-Napoca started to have smart strategy and smart cities initiatives correlated and integrated in coherent document. The second period is the period of the national-wide initiatives, and we can observe that between 2014 and 2018, several initiatives taken at the national level, such as the Romanian Smart Cities Project, Smart City Academy, Smart City Guide, and so on, were proposed and were developed with the help of national institutions. Finally, in the last 4 years, there are recent additions, especially intelligent city projects, the smart city strategies, which were developed for cities such as Bucharest, Alba Iulia, Iași, Piatra, and so on and so on. And we can see these 3 different periods in the smart city evolution. From smart city to smart tourism, the road is not so long and it's not so unusual, because in the tourist context, smart initiatives are a game changer. In fact, smart initiatives radically and drastically change the way the urban tourism is happening today. Either we're speaking of cloud computing, big data, virtual reality, augmented reality, location-based services, and so on and so on. The tourism of today is extremely different, especially in urban areas, than the tourism of 20 years ago. In Romania, the smart tourism initiatives in urban area were seen as promoters of resilience, especially following the 2008-2012 economic crisis. Let's not forget that the smart city concept and smart tourist concept came in Romania relatively late. They exploded, as you've seen, during the past decade, and smart city and smart tourism were always put in relation with the resilience, which was the main focus of the past decade. So in our study, we wanted to show a radiography of the current state of implementation of tourism-related smart initiatives, and especially how the smart tourism initiatives helped the tourism of certain urban areas. We choose the top 60 urban tourist destinations from Romania. In the study, in the results, you will see only 58. 2 of the cities were excluded because we weren't sure of the data for those cities. We collected data from official websites, local authorities, metropolitan association, stakeholders, smart cities, specialized platform. It was a work of over 1.5 years, which was done by the members of this research. Just to zoom on some descriptives, in terms of initiatives or smart tourism initiatives, we observe a rapid acceleration in 2016-2017, supported by the nationwide initiatives, as well as boost in 2020, given the pandemic context, with a rapid acceleration of smart related tourism initiatives. In terms of financing, most of them are publicly funded. Public-private partnership is responsible for roughly 20% of the smart tourism initiatives, while the private initiatives are relatively low, below 10% of the total number of projects. Most of them are focused on Wi-Fi connectivity, transportation, and smart application. However, in fourth position, it is the city discovery and digital itinerary type of smart tourism initiatives, which is the highest long-term impact on tourism. We consider this type of initiatives could be the real game changers for urban tourism in the following decade. And finally, per smart category, most of them are addressing smart living, being connected with the citizen as well. And of course, smart mobility and smart governance come far, but in second and third position. So when we distribute the selected urban areas, the top 58 urban tourism destination, according to the population and the number of tourists, there is a certain pattern. It is not evident right away. However, when we split, for example, in this graph, we put only the urban tourism destination with smart initiatives, we observe that more inhabitants has a city, more tourism it has as well. It is a trend that it starts at a threshold of around 150,000 inhabitants. So the smart tourism initiatives help the bigger cities to put in evidence their tourism attractiveness. However, for the urban areas without smart tourism initiatives, there is a category of small localities which are major tourism destination, and they don't feel the need for smart tourism development. However, at a certain point, there is a limit of non-smart tourism development, which is established for the cities that do not have smart tourism initiatives. We believe that this limit of non-smart tourist development, it is different for each country. However, it exists in every country. In fact, without smart tourism initiatives, a city, a medium and major city, does not have the capacity to put to work its tourism attractiveness. Finally, we try to see how the presence or absence of smart initiatives impacted on the destination's behavior during the pandemic. So regarding their dynamics prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we observe, in blue, you have the destinations with smart initiatives in red, it's more like an orange, the destination without smart initiatives. Most of the cities with smart initiatives had a medium dynamic. So the smart initiatives did not include high dynamics, only supported existing attractiveness. While regarding the resistance in the first year to the COVID-19 shock, we observed that the higher resistance to COVID-19 was observed in destinations without smart initiatives, just because either there are already established tourist destinations or cities that did not put a lot of resources into tourism, therefore they were less affected. Just to sum up, tourism-related smart initiatives are enablers, are not miracle workers. Those initiatives can support a city to reach its potential, but cannot make a city to become overnight a tourist destination. The smart tourism initiatives have a low short-term impact on the destination. However, we think that the medium-term impact could be higher. We cannot test this until 2025, 2030, unfortunately. The smart tourism initiatives, they are mandatory for the medium and larger cities in order to put in value their immense potential. However, the smart tourist does not have an impact on the resistance of the city to a shock, to an unforeseen shock. Rather, it can have an impact on the recovery. We are currently studying the impact on the recovery, and hopefully that at the following conference we can present you the second impact of tourism-related initiatives regarding the recovery process following an unforeseen shock. For those of you interested in the topic, I put the QR codes to several of our papers in this line of research, which were written and coordinated by our team. Thank you all, and I'm looking forward to your question. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's a very interesting one. So I want to discuss with you such a problem. You connect the smart tourist development to the greatest cities of Romania with a population more than 150,000 people. What about smaller towns from Romania like Predeal, Sinaia, which have a great impact on tourism?
So I don't have access to my presentation. If I can, I could kindly ask the organizer to. Okay, great. So there are two types of impact here. We took into consideration all the cities, no matter the population, but we took it in the order of number of tourists. The effect of smart initiatives is visible above 150,000. Below that threshold, the effect is not as visible. However, the localities that you are mentioning, we have two types, either without smart tourism initiatives, which are concentrated here. So they are still powerful tourist destination. They don't feel the need to implement smart tourism initiatives. What is happening here, it is an effect which in literature is seen as two types of approach. It is the approach of the destination already established, major destination, as you mentioned, Sinaia. So they don't feel the need to implement yet. However, they should be involved in smart initiatives in the following years. And there is also the case of cities that are relatively small. They are not established tourist destination, and they don't feel it like being one. So this type of city here, they are not tourist destination, but they don't give the impression they want to be an established tourist destination. So this can justify the lack of smart tourism initiatives. We hope that in the following years, this type of destination will be involved in smart tourism, just to see how the introduction of smart initiatives help them maintain, increase, or hope not decrease their rank in the tourism national ranking.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. I am more optimistic than you. I hope that smart development of the tourists will increase the number of. So,
I hope so.
Thank you for your answer. Let's go for the next paper. Decision makers' perception on the resilience of Romanian regions. Anu, no. I saw another paper. We can present the first one, maybe. Let's return to the first paper. A new approach on renewable energy as a support for regional economic development among European Union. So please begin.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have the great pleasure to salute everybody here for participation and for being together. The paper which I will present from the author Romeo Victor Ionescu, Monica Laura Zlati, Valentin Marian Antohi, and the other colleagues, Ms. Olimpia Susanu and Ms. Cristache Nicoleta, is the new approach on renewable energy as a support for regional economic development among European Union. This is a challenge research which intend to check if renewable energy can support regional development under seasonality model approach. Energy security in the current geopolitical context is an essential aspect and direct supranational strategy and policy, especially at the European Union level, toward finding new sustainable solutions to restore the balance in the European energy system. We propose to analyze sustainability objective in the energy sector through spectral analysis of the dynamics of main indicators over a period of 11 years, which make renewable energy relevant as a new support for regional economic development among the European Union. The novelty of the approach lies in the assessment of renewable energy at the regional level in the context of the global economic and pandemic crisis, which have been determining factor in the current geopolitical and economic development. We also aim to create energy sustainable cluster in the present and absence of seasonality. The method and procedure used will be represented by a critical literature review in order to verify the working hypothesis and design, test, and validate new statistical model of energy sustainable seasonality. Our objective of the study is determining structural changes in energy productivity indicators under the changing socioeconomic climate in Europe between two major economic crises of the last decade, identify the main models of sustainable development in the energy sector based on the study of literature, correlating energy consumption dynamics indicators with sustainability indicators in spectrum analysis, and creating sustainability profiles of the energy sector by quantifying the vulnerable element in the development strategy already implemented in the last 10 years. In terms of economic development, there is an international focus on component of access to utility, access to material resource, propagation of trade flows in the digital resources, and a part of all increases focus on sustainability resilience. In Europe, we can observe different structure of renewable energy consumption in total fine energy consumption, which is favored to Sweden and also Finland and Latvia. Some other countries have a lower position, like Austria and Croatia, and also you can saw here by the European data the cartographic distribution of the consumption. In the second panel, we analyze energy efficiency, and Ireland ranks among the top energy efficient country, and on the other pole, Bulgaria and Czech Republic is situated with poorest situation regarding share of energy efficiency. Now, we made a literature review, consistent literature review analyze, which showed that is a great subject in the research area, which concern the resources from sustainable consumption, from which the specialists adopt very large debate about sustainable development policy implication, renewable energy consumption, greenhouse gases, and so on. In a lot of literature article, around 50,070, and we saw that the interest is growing, and the last year decade, which subside higher interest from the researchers. We made this research through web platform, Web of Science platform, and the diagram was realized in Voice Viewer program. We state the hypothesis of the study in the presence of destructive factor triggered by economic crisis. The sustainability of the energy sector is destabilized, so the changes in the seasonal structure of aggregate indicator of the sector may occur. Sustainable development present are inhomogeneous character, and by extrapolation, the sustainable development of the energy sector linked to the orientation toward the use of renewable energy is an attribute of development economic country to the detriment of emerging economic country. Sustainable development of the energy sector is significantly influenced by traceability of energy policy and renewable energy consumption. These hypotheses are stated by literature review study, of course. We made the conceptual framework, the process, which includes spectral analysis, which is an investigative procedure to quantify the changes with respect to a control period, considering the predicted evolution of the indicators, and starts from the spectral theory, the experimental study of the spectrum of the indicators between the input value and spectralized parameter and the adjusted value. There are update disturbance indicator which corresponding update factor. We set to analyze spectrally the following macroeconomic indicators at European level by country and energy consumption category. The indicators are shown in the screen and is part of Sustainable Development Goal and energy statistic made by European surveillance. We define the function of spectral parameter. As you can see, the multiply function, which integrates the value of spectral energy consumption parameter, the adjust value of energy consumption under the condition of maintaining the effect of spectral adjustment. The regional disturbance indicator spectrally modulate with using discount factor. Also, as you can see, energy consumption regression equation split by seasonal component, by frequency of energy use, regional dispersion, annual average of energy consumption country, which we do is the general seasonal function of the energy consumption equation, as you can see, and by this function we obtain spectral analysis of sustainability, as is shown in the screen, with the value of the spectral sustainable energy development parameter, adjusted value of sustainable energy development while maintaining effect of spectral adjustment, and regional sustainability disturbance indicator spectrally modulate using discounted factor. Also, the general seasonal function is made for estimate the period characterized by economic, pandemic, environmental crisis, the present of the trend of evolution, analyzing the stationary character of the series according to the amplitude of consumption or sustainable indicator. The result of the trend cyclicity aggregate will be estimating comparative dynamics for the indicators related to the energy consumption, and sustainable indicators belong to goal 7 and 13 from Sustainable Development Strategy, through observing the regional dynamics at member state level of the oscillatory component related to the energy and sustainable policy elements. The results and the statistics observed show that the dynamics of the energy consumption indicator is very clusterized structure. Data series can be observed in 3 clusters, in which the first one maintain the developed economies like Austria, Finland, Sweden in the top, also Germany, France, and Spain. And the second one, which contain Poland, Portugal, and Romania, but exists also the third cluster, which consists in Cyprus and Baltic Seas, Luxembourg, Malta, and Slovakia, which due to the geopolitical context and the available resources have vulnerability in terms of sustainable energy development, the average value being approximately 80–90% of the European average for the aggregate indicator analyzed in the research. After that, we made the seasonal dimension of energy sustainability indicator modeling, which is modeling of first data, and it showed that change after seasonal adjustment in the direction of improving is increased branch sustainability by 8% compared with the initial cluster. In addition, observing that they trend to equalize the contribution to branch sustainable of the average cluster of value 2 instead of value 3 and 1, reducing cluster value 3. This permits to present spectral density diagram for the energy sustainable indicator primary energy consumption, CDG 710, in dynamics from 2010 to 2020, as you can see in the picture, which is analyzed, which reveals a homogeneous distribution of the indicator using the Turkey-Hemming test, which show a binary distance of the 710 indicators variance matrix of primary transaction.
Please try to resume the presentation.
Yes, yes. I will resume.
Okay.
The figure is presented here in the spectral density analyzed. We made the same analyze for spectral diagram for the energy sustainable indicator, share of renewable energy in gross final energy consumption, which is shown on the screen. With the spectral density analyzed, as you can see, and also we have the greenhouse gas emission intensity of energy consumption, also in dynamics, and spectral density analysis for this also. The policy implication, as you can see in the screen, the possibility of production and overview of the energy sector at a given point of time, on the basis of which national and supranational decision maker can propose appropriate measure and strategy. Also, the other implication is put here. The conclusions they show that the scientific approach was to determine the structural change in the efficiency and the effectiveness indicators specific to the energy sector in a period of 11 years, which we do. And the creation of energy sustainable cluster in an innovative element is an innovative element that outline for a defined area the differentiation of energy sustainability in relation to the level of development national economies. The final conclusion is that the scientific paper contains a series of scientific-based energy policy recommendations linked to the international research framework, highlighting the necessary and timeless of this measure in relation to the strategical development objective proposed by EU through international treaty over 2 times horizon, 2030 and 2050. Sorry. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have a question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The next presentation is Decision Makers' Perception of the Resilience of Romanian Regions, a qualitative inquiry. It's a research team as well, Cristina Șerbănică, Alina Profiroiu, and Daniela Constantin.
Thank you. I imagine I've tried all the platforms, but I should never say never, as this is a new one for me. Today I'll present a paper about the decision makers' perception of the resilience of Romanian regions. It's a qualitative research. It was carried out in the context of a larger project. It is based on a qualitative research and on some interviews with Romanian policymakers. So some in-depth interviews with national, regional, and local public authorities, decision makers, and civil servants. The data was collected in 2021 in April, May.
And our aim was to investigate the perception of Romanian decision makers with regard to the manner in which Romanian regions or Romania as a country were confronted with difficult situations and how they overcame them, if they overcame them, and how they showed their resilience. For our study, resilience, and also for the explanations given to respondents, resilience was conceptualized as the ability to anticipate, to resist, to recover, respond, transform in response to different shocks and stresses. And of course, the resilience should be seen as at least three-dimensional concept with economic, social, and environmental dimension. There were 24 respondents for our study. I think that our intention was to open up some research avenues. So we have interviewed decision makers from at the national level, 12% of our respondents, at the regional level, or level of regional development agencies, about 20% of our respondents. Most of our respondents were from the county level, from consilii județene, county institutions, representative institutions at the county level. There were also some respondents from the urban level, from cities, municipalities, and towns, and some respondents, 30%, from the rural level, from villages. Our first question was meant to identify the most representative shocks or stresses the region or the county, the counties have faced in the last, let's say, 20 years. And this is what our respondents emphasized. These are the major events, as we separated the major events from some types of stresses we'll see in the next slide. So it was the COVID pandemic that came first to our study as a major event, one of the most important events in the last 20 years, which was also associated to economic crisis and recession, but our respondents also mentioned the economic crisis from 2007 and 2010, and the economic crisis that came along with the COVID pandemic. They also refer to different natural disasters. These are very punctual events, such as the floods, and different respondents refer to different events from 2005, 2010, 2020. They also refer to drought from 2020. It was very a recent phenomenon, or to some massive pollution, such as those from Copșa-Mică, or to some heat waves and extreme temperatures, and so on. We group all these types of shocks and events under the natural disaster category. They also refer to immigration waves and gave some clear indication of the years. It was an immigration wave immediately after the fall of the communism, the immigration wave from 2007 after the accession to the EU, or the post 2010 immigration wave. They also refer to deindustrialization and the closure of metallurgical plants, the closure of some mining operations, and the closure of woodworking factories. There are some very punctual examples here. But also two different other events. We group them under the other categories, such as the collective fire or the spontaneous protest in 2017, or to some different policy crises. It was the same question to refer to the shocks and stresses, but we've separated the stresses from shocks. So in the first slide we presented the shocks. Here are the stresses. We group them under the three dimensions. So for the economy, they refer to effects such as bankruptcy, loss of competitiveness, labor shortage, and they've named some the most affected sectors: the banking sector and the financial sector. This is clearly related to the financial crisis. The tourism sector, the construction, textiles, wood processing, chemical and steel industry. Under the society category, under societal effects, they referred in relation to COVID, for example, to death, illness, degradation of health status of the population. They also refer to unemployment, which is related to especially to the economic crisis, to poverty and declining purchasing power and standard of living in direct relation to the industrialization, to the population decreasing demographic index, population index. This was an effect especially of the emigration waves, to social exclusion, to psychological impairment, depression. It was related to COVID, but there was a single positive effect identified as a result of a shock. It was digitization became as a positive effect of COVID, post-COVID event. And as regard the effects at the environmental level, they refer to soil degradation, poor air quality, or to infrastructure failure, for example, following the floods in different time periods. Our next question referred to the factors that influence the response to the crisis and that contributed to the recovery. The respondents mentioned different type of drivers. We grouped them under five categories. But what it was striking for us was the fact that for most of the respondents, the effects of these shocks are still refelt in the present. So the health crisis is not over. It was 2021, the moment when we collected the interviews. The soils are still polluted, they said. The economic situation has not improved. It was still the time of pandemic, and the labor migration, which is correlated to the migration waves, was not goes on, was not over. So it was striking for us to see that they still think that the effect of this crisis and these shocks, even they happened a long time ago, the effects are still present in their minds. And as responses to the crisis, they mentioned the sanitary measures. These were in relation to the COVID crisis, different packages of anti-crisis social economic measures, state aids, and so on. The consolidation and restoration of infrastructure as a result of disasters, natural disasters, and they even find a positive effect of the migration wave. the investment by Romanians from the diaspora, and the support for family remaining in the country. Our next question.
Sorry, I have to ask you to resume, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. okay. I'll be very short. The next question referred to the. Just a moment, as I refer to the shocks and stresses they think that their will impact on their region in the next 10 years, and the large majority name also the economic and financial crisis as the most important shock that could still affect their region in the future. The fourth question referred to the strategy plans and response measures that are in place at the different levels to improve the resilience capacity. Only a quarter of the respondents said that such strategies are not in place, but all the other respondents mentioned different national strategies for risk prevention, mentioned the regional development plans, and some risk-specific plans. We also asked them about emergency response structure, and they mentioned the national emergency system and different types of structures that exist at different levels, including at a cross-country level. So some such as the case of Inter-Community Development Association. We also asked them about the involvement of local group, and the answer was yes, we do involve local groups, and such engagement happens through different structures such as emergency committees, social dialogue group, NGOs, informal groups, and so on. And our last question referred to the measure they think they should be put in place to increase the resilience capacity, and there were plenty of views on these dimensions. So our conclusion was that the perception of shocks and stresses is relatively homogeneous, but the perception of measures to increase the resilience is heterogeneous. This is because everybody has in mind different type of shocks and stresses. We also conclude that the shocks have also positive effects, such as was the digitization as a result of COVID pandemic, or the changing of mentalities and investment in the country as a result of immigration waves. The socioeconomic shocks were highlighted by all participants, but environmental shocks are indeed very strongly localized, which claims clearly for differentiated intervention measures. The strategies and plans for managing recovery and resilience exist, but they target mainly natural disaster and unforeseen events and less economic and social shocks. Stakeholder consultation is defined more in relation to legal obligation and less in relation to the need for real involvement of local groups to increase resilience. And it was again a very interesting result that the respondents see the European funds as being the main source of investment for preparing to resilience, and not national fund, which is we think an interesting aspect to be investigated in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you I have to say you that I have just a little observation regarding the conclusion. You told us that poverty can become a positive effect because it attracts higher cohesion funds. I think a better solution is to reduce poverty or to eliminate it. No, it's just our opinion. No, it's not necessary. So, any other question, please? Please, any other question, please?
I think there is a question in the chat from Bogdan.
Okay.
He asked about the impact of various shock. I think on a scale from 1 to 5, it seems that the social shocks, poverty, social exclusion, were perceived as less impactful. Is this a lack of long-term vision from the part of decision makers? I think so. I think so. That maybe we become accustomed to such. Unfortunately, we become. Or it seems not manageable. It seems like it persists for a long time. Yes, it was not perceived. It was not mentioned there, probably because it is rather a stress. It has manifest within longer periods, and it's like. It's not a sudden shock.
So all these papers were very interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have more discussions, but that is a result. We can consider this section closed. I want to wish you happy holiday now and best Christmas. All the best.
Thank
Bye.
you. The same for you. Bye.
All the best.
Yeah.